we are bringing today 4 targeted areas, 2 in 330. So we have paragraph 9, which is about designing and performing test of controls, and then paragraph 10, which is test of controls alone. Then we have one topic in 500. This is paragraph 12, which is about accuracy and completeness and for information provided by the entity with the related application material paragraphs. And then last, we have one discrete topic in 520, analytical procedures. And Anna, Christy, Susan are going to walk us through those changes. And Anna, over to you.
Thank you, Kalina, and good morning, everyone. Okay, so the versions of the extracts that you saw yesterday were based on the clean and renumbered version, hence the slight difference in paragraph numbering than what we saw on Monday. But otherwise, the number of references are as they are on the screen. So the first paragraph that we were bringing back was the one on performing test of controls. Now, so that you have it in mind, the version of this requirement from Monday had said that the auditor shall design and perform tests of controls in responding to the assessed risk of material misstatement at the assertion level if the auditor's assessment of control risk is based on the auditor's plan to obtain evidence or the auditor's determination that substantive procedures alone cannot provide sufficient appropriate evidence. I've skipped over some words because I just wanted this as contextual background. What we had heard in offline comments ahead of the meeting was a number of, as I inferred on Monday, was that perhaps while it was an improvement, it was still not quite clear that A, the requirement was conditional. There was a condition. It was not the auditor shall always test controls. The if was getting lost. And so that was the first big takeaway that we thought, okay, this would also be more cusp aligned if we started with the conditionality. And so then we set out to find the appropriate way of establishing the conditionality first. The other comments had been around confusion about the interaction of the auditor's assessment of control risk in ISA 315 and how we were referring to control risk in the requirement compared to the description in the application material that we had added, and questions about whether we could condense it further. So after a number of iterations, we landed on the underlying principle in this requirement remains if you have assessed control risk in such a way that is hard to articulate, you have to perform test of controls. And the simplest articulation as an alternative that the project team came up with is what you saw in the drafts. So I wanted to turn to that one for comments.
Okay, Sammy. I like the previous one more. I think it's just needed some slight adjustment in the previous one, but now it had been totally revamped. So that's just my view.
Any other thoughts? Wait, Greg.
Thanks, Tom. I also expressed, I think on Monday, that I liked the previous version, certainly more than it had been prior to that. And I thought we had quite a lot of clarity in the previous version. This is sort of clear, but I'm wondering about the purpose, really. I'm not sure what it does for us. It basically says, when you boil it all down, if you plan to obtain audit evidence about controls, you need to test them. Which, you know, hard to argue with that. But given we're trying to put controls and substandard procedures on an equal footing, I don't think we say this about substandard procedures. You know, as I say, I don't think it does any harm, but I'm not sure it's adding a lot of value either. So I guess my preference would be to go back to what we had before. Having said that, I don't think it's a fatal flaw to have this version in this ED. So I guess I could live with it, but I really question I really question what we're achieving by having it. Thank you.
Greg, your point's taken. I just want to, for the record though, we are not putting anything on equal footing. I think that's a mischaracter. What we're trying to do is get people to focus on the right response for the right level of risk. And we're elevating some of the issues around test of controls right now. I think the only reason I'm being pedantic about that is that there's a perception that we're minimizing substantive in this process. And so, like, I just want to be clear, we're trying to get people to do the right work for the right thing. And so I know, I think you were basically talking about that elevation, but I just think for the record, we should be very clear on that. James?
Yeah, I think I thought the circularity, if you plan to test controls, then design tests of control, it's still there, but for me, it's less glaring than it was. So I think this is an improvement from what it was previously.
Bill?
Just wanted to balance it up. I don't know how you're going to make a decision when two people prefer the previous version and I prefer this version. So I don't know how you're going to make it. How do you make a call on that?
How am I going to make a call, or I'm going to ask people to
That's what I'm
share
trying to
the share
encourage others to say.
share their preferences? But the hope was that if people have reasons not to like it, that they would share it, and maybe that would trigger some discussion. Neil?
If you're needing support for this version, I just think it's simplified it, it's taken bullet points out, it's much clearer. I know it's circular, it doesn't have a whole heap, but nor did the others. I think this is significantly improved.
Amara?
Thanks. Similar to Neil, my reaction is that this is much clearer, objective. The previous version was okay as well, but I understood the confusion between substantive versus test of control. So I support this version as well.
Jayev?
I also prefer the last version because this version does sound, it's not so informative. It doesn't address, in which situations you shall test control. And I think the last one actually, those A and B are very clear. And to maybe a step back, I would say maybe this whole paragraph is not so necessary. Because for those A and B, you will test controls. Why should we, have this paragraphs to say that? Thank you.
Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So from where I sit, I think this is a lot clearer than the version before. I see it as a good improvement and I like to support it.
Ada?
Yes, so I'm with Nancy on this and Neil and Amaro. I think this is a bit clearer. The last version talked about the auditor's assessment of control risk being based on the plan. Well, control risk is not based on a plan. Control risk is based on risks identified, i.e. control risk. So I think that clears up that bit of confusion that the previous version caused. And as a result, I'm supportive of the redraft that the team presented to us.
Wendy?
I'm going to get on the gravy train. I think this is much clearer than what we had before. And totally agree with Edo's last comment about control risk. So I prefer this one. Thank you.
Christelle?
Yes, I'm supportive of this new version. I agree with the comments from Neil. Thank you.
Okay. Let me try to characterize what I'm hearing is there seems to be growing support for this version. I assume, like with most things, if there are slight tweaks with wording to make anything clearer, you'd be open to those suggestions. But in general, that this approach is more preferred than the previous approach. Also, based upon what Greg said, Greg, I take it that it's not a fatal flaw for this, for the switch. So that's also another point. Am I correctly characterizing the position? Okay. You have some direction from this board.
Yes, thank you for the direction and summary. Okay, so the next paragraph that we were asked to come back with was for similar reasons. This is the paragraph relating to what I'll say some guardrails around when you might do test of controls alone or when that might be an appropriate response. The main comment, two comments that we took away and had in mind was, again, that the fact that this was conditional was being lost because of the requirements starting with the auditor shall and only getting to only if at the end. And perhaps some concern around losing the explicit reference to significant risks. So what we tried to do was come up with a conditionality that made it clear that there was still a decision to be made by the auditor. So that it wasn't describing a conditionality that in a circumstance the auditor always does something, but that it's based on the auditor's decision, aka the auditor's plans. So the condition is contingent on an auditor's decision, and then the auditor is only able to do something based on conditions. So, and then bringing back the reference to significant risk. I'll leave it there.
Nancy.
Thank you, Tom. So team, I like it. I think you dealt with that only if totally adequately. I mean, we shall do this if, right? As opposed to do if, only if. So it's a lot clearer for me and dealt with the concern I raised. Thank you.
Is everyone supportive of this change? Okay.
Okay, so I think now I will hand to Susan.
Sorry. I lost my document. In any case, okay, on to 500. So one of the things that we talked about on Monday was the information produced by the entity and the information, the sources of information, the information from the entity and the information from other sources. And that was not clear, and we thought we would clarify that. And there was a lot of support for, instead of saying the information is from internal to the entity, there was support for saying it was information produced by the entity because that was clearer. So we've reworked paragraph 12 to include the concept that it is information produced by the entity or information from external sources. We've changed the obtain audit evidence to evaluate the accuracy and completeness, to eliminate the infinite loop of obtaining evidence about information to be used as evidence. And we have moved the as necessary in the circumstances up to modify the verb evaluate. So you evaluate as necessary in the circumstances. And we changed it to the extent necessary to try to describe a scale of evaluation from very little to very much. So these are the major changes that we have made to paragraph 12. And I want to carry on with the application material before I take comments because it's kind of all interconnected. By doing this now, what we have is we have the audit evidence is it can be information produced by the entity, which is information. And then we have or external sources, which is a source. So now we've got two nouns here, information and sources. So we had to deal with that. So we have this paragraph A29, which is application material to the paragraph that describes that you can have information intended to be used as evidence may come from internal sources or external sources. So that's two sources. And then we describe what internal sources may be and what external sources may be. Then we go into paragraph A33, and if you remember A40A in the document that we saw on Monday, there was a very long paragraph with a lot of bullets in it describing what information from internal sources are and what information from external sources are. We took the part about the internal sources and we broke this into a new paragraph describing information produced by the entity, because it's no longer a source now, it's information. Okay? And then we broke out. So this is where it all settles out. So paragraph A29, which we just looked at, describes internal sources and external sources. And then paragraph A33 describes what information produced by the entity is from internal sources. And then the paragraph A29 retains the rest of the information about the external sources. So I don't know if anybody has any comments on that set of paragraphs. It's probably clearer in the Word document that you have, because I couldn't fit it all on a slide.
Bill?
Yeah, look, we had a very difficult conversation on this. Was para 9A, now it's
Yes.
para 12.
Yes.
Just compliments to the team for really listening to what was a difficult conversation yesterday. I think you've nailed it exactly. The one point I just want to point out, which was confusing yesterday, was as necessary in the circumstances. I interpreted, and I think others may have also, as being, well, it could be unnecessary. It could be a zero. And when Villy made clear we must have it, well then, to the extent necessary, I think is a far better way of expressing that. So congratulations.
Sammy?
I can live with this version as well, but also there is another option of doing it, is that to eliminate the words "to the extent necessary" and add a new statement towards the end saying, "The extent of valuation depends on the circumstances and the intended purpose."
Amar?
Thanks, Tom. Similar to Bill, after this discussion yesterday, I think you did a great job. It captures well. Just have one question, but this is for you English speakers. To me, I would, in principle, prefer, instead of evaluate, assess accuracy and completeness. In principle, when I read evaluate, it seems to be less forcibly something.
I think our verb usages are are constrained by our CUS manual. I think evaluate is the word we must use here.
Yeah, in the standards, we use assess when we're talking about risks of material misstatement. We don't really assess much else in our standards except for risks. So.
Yeah, when we put out our own English dictionary, the IAASB's English dictionary will make that clear. Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Susan. I think it's a great job. It's fully dealt with the as necessary clause there, as Bill has explained. I also like the way that you've described the internal sources and the external sources in the application material. It's very well done. Thank you.
Christelle?
Thank you. I'm supportive of the change you made, and in particular, we're introducing the concept of information produced by the entity. In the standard, I think it improves clarity. I will suggest adding a more precise example for processed external information. For instance, the example could refer to information related to bank transactions produced by the entity's accounting software based on imported bank transaction files. This will make the concept more concrete and help practitioners understand how to treat information that originates externally, but is processed through the entity system. Thank you.
So you're bringing up a good point that I should mention, and that is that what we have done in this draft is said that if the entity receives external information and it goes into the entity's systems, information systems. So I receive a bank statement and I produce a bank reconciliation. The bank statement itself remains information, external information. Once it gets into my system and goes through a process, it becomes information produced by the entity. So we've tried to clarify that in the two paragraphs, and there's let's see, we've tried to clarify that in paragraph A29, which is the external sources, that the bank statement remains external. And we've tried to clarify in the information produced by the entity. You can see it's underlined. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth one. Outputs generated by the entity's information system that have been processed or incorporated, the data obtained. So it's the outputs, not the, so we have tried to clarify that. But we can look at what you've mentioned. Thank you.
Anand?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you to the team for this version. Is much clearer than the previous. I have just a little comment about the mention of accounting records, because it is suggested that accounting record could be both internal sources and the internal information itself. I think that it could be a little confusing, because in the paragraph A99, it is explained that internal sources such as the entity's accounting records, and if you go to the paragraph A33A, information produced by the entity includes the entity's accounting records. I understand that the entity's accounting records could be both, but
Yeah.
maybe it could be clarified to be sure that it's not confused for readers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I think I have to say, because I didn't say it earlier, I'm sorry. I think the whole team did a very good job of responding to the comments and the discussion that took place on Monday. And now let me give you some, the 12 is clearer than it was. I am getting a little confused in some of the application paragraphs, but I'm also wondering in 12 if it should say, instead of the auditor shall evaluate to the extent necessary, should it say whether it is necessary based on the intent of the audit procedures? And I can send that to you. But I do think this is better than we had on Monday. And then in A29, I was very confused about the sentence that was added under external sources. When such information is suitable for use by the broad range of users. I think it was clear without it. I got kind of hung up in reading the same words again. But I think I understand what the intent was. And I'm not sure if the cusp person was looking at this as well, but I don't think we need to add in again, suitable for use by a broad range of users. It was fine without it. Or unless you can tell me why we need it.
I can tell you why it's there.
Sorry?
I can tell you why it's there.
Okay.
It's a copy and paste from the definition of external source, information sources from ISA 540.
Okay.
Whether we need it or not is another question, but that's why it's there.
And then so there's now a new external sources include. It should probably say in the bullet where we talk about the auditor's expert, the auditor's external expert. And then the examples for A33A, I thought maybe we should separate between what's internal and what's external. Wait, I gotta find my comment, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Would it make sense to have two subsections in A33A which match the two billets above? You know, because I wasn't really sure that they were grouped to match the two bullets above. And then I wasn't really sure why responses from management to inquiries belonged in here at all. Thank you.
Sammy?
So, in response to your first point, I don't think we can put a weather in 12 because I got pretty clear direction from the board yesterday that it's not a weather. It is to the extent, because that evaluation for information produced by the entity has to take place to the
Yep.
extent, yeah.
I think that was the point. I think it was Bill who reiterated that point. I do think that's the case. Sammy?
Just the same last comment mentioned by Wendy about the examples of information produced by the entity. One of the examples is responses by management to inquiries from the auditor. I'm not sure if this qualifies as an information produced by the entity, and if it is, then how can we test the accuracy and completeness of responses by management to inquiries?
Robert?
I raised the issue or concern about the infinite loop. So I just want to have a confirmation that we close this concern now. There is no infinite loop anymore due to the wording or insertion. And this is a question. Insertion of to the extent necessary. Is that, or how did we close the infinite loop problem or challenge?
So I understood the infinite loop to be about obtaining audit evidence about information to be used as audit evidence. Did I misunderstand the infinite loop?
Well, the question is, how far do you go? One of your examples was like minutes of a meeting in the application guidance. So if you want to have additional audit evidence with respect to minutes of the meeting, then you read the minutes, then you get to some kind of reference to a presentation. The presentation gives reference to some figures in this presentation presented, also internal information. So how far do you go here, and when do you stop?
So I think it depends on whether the figures in the presentation that was mentioned in the other presentation are necessary for the audit procedure. Yeah.
Kalina?
Yeah, exactly. Just to support what Susan said, it is the end of the day that evaluation needs to serve what the auditor is achieving. So if they're assessing a risk, and if that information gives them the basis to assess a risk, then I think that's the judgment area. If there is something else in question, then it's a circumstance-based evaluation, and it's not intended to be an infinite process. You achieve the purpose, and then it
So
goes.
that's the way I read it, to the extent necessary. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So how I read this is that there's support for the direction that the board is at. You've gotten a few suggestions as it relates to the application material, and Sammy made a suggestion about maybe making the requirement a little bit clearer by breaking it up. I'm always for shorter sentences, but Sammy, maybe you could provide the language to the team for consideration. But in general, since we have an agreement of the board, we should be careful about losing the agreement of the board with tinkering. But I think we can move on to the next topic.
Okay. I have one more topic, and so this was basically in response to concerns about the attributes of accuracy and completeness in information produced by the entity when it is significant of significance and when it is not. So this paragraph was meant to clarify what the extent of the auditor's evaluation might look like. And we reworked everybody's favorite example about the warranty provision, hopefully to better capture the extent that you would have to think about the accuracy and completeness of the information produced by the entity, the list of returns in a risk assessment procedure. So this is a new paragraph A44, and we separated it out from this is A44A, we separated it out from A44, which talks about when it's significant, or, a greater extent of, it is significant, it's always significant, but this A44 talks about a greater extent of evaluation, and this one is the lesser extent of evaluation as a contrast.
Nancy?
Thank you. For full transparency, I did not have dinner with Susan or Kalina, but I like the change. It dealt with two things. Number one, making it clear that these are example of circumstances whereby you could do less. So it demonstrates that is to the extent necessary. And the second thing is the example now as stated is clearer than how it was stated before, because it kind of get to the point about you may not need to do more, whereas the previous wording in the older version left you sort of hanging to finish that thought. So I think the team did a good job. Thank you.
I guess I just want to point out that the language on the slide doesn't correspond to the language in the PDF and the Word document. The example is different.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. But I just want point people, and for anyone watching, actually focus on what's actually in the document A44A. I've had 2 cups of coffee, so I'm aware right now. Sammy?
Yeah, maybe because this is the first time we're looking at the example, so we didn't have sufficient time to digest it. But so far, I'm not sure how does it explain that the extent of work varies depending on the circumstances. I'm not getting it from the example.
The example about the auditor obtains from the entity a list of sales returns, not this one.
Yeah, this one.
The one on
No, this.
the one, look in your page, look in your
This is
paper.
what I just said, is that this is the wrong example.
I have the same comment.
Oh, okay, that's why I'm asking you that if it's the example about an entity, obtains from an entity a list of sales returns from a product or service, that's the one you have a
Right.
problem with. Okay. That's the question. Ada?
Just on fresh reread, on the top bit of A44, when we say they're considered to be of significance, I'm just wondering whether that strikes the right balance, because I think what we meant is, okay, you have attributes applied to all information, but if it's information produced by the entity, there's a higher threshold that accuracy and completeness are of significance. And I'm not sure whether are considered to be of significance captures that properly. I would probably use in my language or in my own words, presumed to be of significance or ordinarily of significance. Because that gives, that sits better with the whole concept of it's not always of significance, which is the premise of, what is it now, 10 or 9 or
12.
12. Thank you.
Wendy?
I may be completely confused as to which examples are in and
The
which are
example,
out.
look at the Word or the PDF document. This
Okay.
slide was wrong.
And we're in,
Apologize for that.
we're in A44.
Yes, A44A.
Okay, where previously there were examples going in both directions, and now we only have the examples that are relevant to where accuracy and completeness are more likely to be of significance in the circumstances.
So A44 has the more likely, and A44A has, we moved the example down
Okay.
to the next paragraph.
Now I understand why I'm confused. So I'm wondering if in the lead-in do we need this where accuracy and completeness are of significance in the circumstance, or should it be dropped, or should it be, are likely to be of significance because the second example is related to risk assessment. So that's A44, and now I understand that it was moved. So I think that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Semi?
Yes, can I make a comment on A44 because we discussed A44A only? Okay, so for A44, maybe it's the same comment as there, Wendy. I guess what we are saying is that accuracy and completeness are of significance for information produced by the entity. But in the example, we're talking about information produced by the entity, but reading that with the leading sentence that says that this is a matter of professional judgment might give the feeling that even if it is produced by the entity and even for such very sensitive type of information, we're talking about the JIT testing here, that based on professional judgment, accuracy and completeness might not be of significance in these cases.
Maybe I'll take a go at this one. I think the difference is, remember, the application material here deals with accuracy and completeness in total. So it does not just deal with accuracy and completeness in the context of information produced by the entity. So A44 is a general statement about accuracy and completeness, where A44A talks specifically about when it's information produced by the entity.
But the examples are about information produced by the entity. It's like the population of journal entries.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I think, Sammy, that's exactly why in the example box, we did say Wendy, and so that's actually a good answer to Wendy's question. That's why we said examples where accuracy and completeness are of significance, because to your point, there we say they are of significance.
Renan?
Thank you, Tom. It's just a suggestion about the wording in the example in the A44A. I think that we need to delete our service because we are talking about returns. To delete the word service because we are talking about returns. It's very difficult to imagine how to return a service. Thank you.
Well, you can give a refund for a service. That's fine.
There's been many times I've thought about returning the service.
You can issue a refund for a service. I have received refunds for services.
Sometimes my Wi-Fi coming across the Atlantic always demands a refund because it never works. Robert?
Just of confirmation, maybe Edo touched this a minute ago. A44A, the introduction sentence reads as if anything produced by the entity would be of significance. Is this what you intend? No.
No,
Okay.
I think that.
Is this what you got it? So we have to rephrase it a little bit. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Wait. Yeah, hang on. I think, yes, anything produced by the entity, the accuracy and completeness is presumed to be of significance. Pardon?
We can't hear you because you don't have your microphone.
So what Edo is saying is that we should just say it simply that that's the case and fix the word.
Yeah. But I think I do think that's the intent, Robert.
Yeah. James?
Just to say, I think all of this is really good, and it's a really big improvement what we had before. The only comment I had was the paragraph, the requirement at 12, we got rid of the phrase significance in the circumstances, and it's still in the first part of A44, so it doesn't align with paragraph So I suppose there'll be an easy fix for that, but just, I don't think you can use that phrase in the example if we've taken it out of the requirement.
Thank you.
Okay. I think you've gotten some drafting suggestions here and some questions about the examples, but in general, people directionally are supportive. So you guys can continue to tidy up the drafting on this one.
Mhm.
Okay, but we're moving in the right direction.
20 on the analytical procedures. So we have fully acknowledged the comment that in the scope paragraph, there could be lots of confusions about where the analytical procedures that are not substantive analytical procedures, but performing combination, where does that really fit? And then it may cause confusions to readers that there's a fourth category of procedures. So with that in mind, we have proposed a few changes, and including delinking that paragraph in 520 from the scope paragraph, and instead put that reference really in 330, revise the reference in 330 to clarify the relationship, and also adding a further reference in 500 under the type of audit procedures in the analytical procedures section to further clarify what those procedures, what the audit evidence that are brought by those procedures and what those procedures are used for. So with that, we have streamlined the paragraph in A66 of the 330. Now it just simply states that these procedures that are performed in combination with the test of controls or test of details, they provide audit evidence. So that's to acknowledge that they do provide audit evidence, and you don't throw them away when they're performed in combination. And also in the, it also clarified that in 500, this is a non-exhaustive list of the type of audit procedures. So analytical procedures, again, it's a type of audit procedure that can be used for different purposes. So now there is a new paragraph that we added into Appendix 1 of 500 when we're talking about type of audit procedures and in particular the analytical procedures. So we emphasize the point that when the auditor is performing further audit procedures, then you can use analytical procedures in combination. Although it does not, when it's performed alone, it does not provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence of the absence of a material misstatement. So that clearly lays, hopefully will clearly lays out the, what those procedures are used for. Then in 520, we deleted the paragraph in A1, the application material in A1, so delink that from the scope, and then add that paragraph in A4A to close the loop on this. So that's the three areas where we make the changes. And Tom, back to you.
Okay, any comments on the targeted sessions from 520? Amara?
Thank you for the staff. I think it's the paragraph 12A is very clear and captures everything. But maybe it's me. Why do we need to repeat in the application material the whole sentence, second sentence that is in paragraph 12A? I don't understand. Is it really necessary? Because the second sentence in paragraph A4A is exactly the sentence we have in 12A. So I don't see the reason.
So, Amaro, these are different standards. One sits in an appendix in 500, and then there is an overarching standard.
Oh, this is 520.
Yeah.
Now I notice. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. So I had it similar, but in a different place. So now that we have 12 and 12A, do we need the reference to see proposed ISO 520 for further guidance? Because I don't know what further guidance I'm getting in 520 for 12. I think it's all now in 500?
So, Wendy, on that one, we did have a thought about that. So, 520 provides the overarching guidance about analytical procedures and gives the characteristics of these types and their purposes and prescribes certain requirements for certain areas, but it's not prescriptive for all. So in terms of applying 520, it applies to analytical procedures as a type. So there's nothing else that should be given in the context there. And if you read the 500 appendix, it already refers to 520. There is a context before. We haven't just shown it in the extracts. So that appendix has paragraphs before 12 that refer to 520.
I understand. Thank you, Colleen. I understand the explanation. I still don't think it's necessary, but not a.
But
hill
it's
to
not
die.
harmful in your mind, is it? But it does no harm in your mind, right? Greg?
Thanks, Tom. So I'm comfortable with this. I thank you for responding to that point. I like the way you've sort of covered off the positive side of this does contribute, but there's also a warning that, you know, just on its own, it's not enough. So I think you've balanced it really nicely. It is hard to see these paragraphs just in isolation. So obviously when we get the whole thing again, you know, we'll be able to see it all in context because it's easy to sort of misunderstand where things fit. But based on what is in these papers, I'm very comfortable that you've responded to the point that was raised earlier. Thank you.
Okay. By lack of other name tents being up, I'm assuming that we have general support for this change. So I believe we're to the end of the targeted suggestions, right? Okay, thank you, team. Could we get the LCE team to the table? I'm just noting that we're running short on time, so I don't mean to be rushing people. Could we get the slides on the screen for LCE? Oh, no slides, even better. There'll be no confusion about examples. Okay, everyone can get their paper out. Okay, the floor is yours when you're ready, sir.
I am ready. My laptop is also almost ready. Okay, so we're sharing with the board today 2 changes that we thought would be good to share with you before we send the updated draft of the ISO for LCE later today. So the first one, and you have them all, you received them all last night around 7 o'clock. So just walk you through that. You have the changes in the file. So the first change we made was based on a comment from Edo. The comment was that the standard was missing a requirement to obtain audit evidence that provides an appropriate basis for determining, and I'm putting emphasis on the word determining here, whether events or conditions have been identified that may cast significant doubt about the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. So this is a requirement that is included in ISA 570 revised paragraph 11, but that we did not have in the ISA for LCE. We did have a similar requirement, but it was a consideration, and that consideration was included in paragraph 6.2.4, and of course the consideration is a weaker work effort verb than determination, and hence the point was raised that this should be aligned with what is there in the ISAS. So what we did is we added this determination in 6.2.1. We took out the consideration in paragraph 6.2.4. So you see that as well in the changes you received. And then we moved the EEM that related to going concern from 6.2.4 to 6.2.1. So that's the first change. And Tom, and maybe I'll go through all the changes in one time, because the other one is a minor one. It is not as extensive, but we thought it was important to at least share with the board, because Nancy raised yesterday a comment about this, and I said I would take it away with the project board members, and we also talked to Willy about this. So we just want to share where we landed. So a bit of the background on this on 6.3.8b. So this paragraph in the ISA for LCE is based on paragraph in ISA 315, paragraph 25a Roman 1. So on that ISA 315 paragraph, there is also ISA 240 leverage of that, paragraph 35, and that paragraph in ISA 240 revised focuses on journal entries and other adjustments. So Nancy's comment was along the way of that. If we're not referring to journal entries and other adjustments here in 6.3.8b, this may result in practitioners overlooking the risk of manipulation by journal entries, so or through journal entries. So hence we've made this change there. So those were the two changes I thought was good to share with the board in advance of tomorrow.
Okay, I'm just going to ask, first of all, since these changes probably were primarily in response to issues that Edo and Nancy raised, just to look to you that you see that they're responsive to your points. Edo?
Yes, Tom, thank you very much, Jasper. This is exactly what I had in mind. In the redrafted text you circulated under 6.2.1, there's now an A, B, and a C, or that's how it's going to end up. Shouldn't those be and? I see that there's the and on after the first bullet is stricken through, but I think that should be retained there. But minor comment, have a think about it, but I'm very happy with changes made.
I think our style means if there's no and there and there's an and after the second one, it means it's all and. It's the union of them. Nancy?
Yeah, so very short comment. Thankful for the change. Dealt with my issue. So thank you so much.
Okay, and then the final question I ask is, having made those changes to be responsive, that hasn't thrown anyone else offside, no unintended consequences of those changes? Greg?
Thanks, Tom. Not an unintended consequence, just a point looking cold at the wording. So it's just the sentence at the end of the first paragraph on going concern. So that this is the EEM that we've moved into 6.2.1. I did just wonder, just reflecting cold on that sentence, because of its characteristics, an LCE may be able to respond quickly, etc. That to me just maybe gets in the way now of the story about events or conditions, because the first paragraph is really helpful about, says, you know, there could be some events or conditions and it's nicely tailored to an LCE environment, really happy with that. And then the next paragraph talks about events or conditions before mitigating factors, etc. There's a nice flow. I just, on reflection, wonder about that sentence that we've added in, and I'm part of the project team here, well, project board member, so maybe it's an odd time for me to raise this, but I just flag it for the board. I'm questioning whether we need that sentence. To me, it gets in the way.
Yeah, thank you, Greg, I was aware of this comment that this was coming. So because you raised it this morning with us when we were talking. Look, we added this because this is a sentence from 570, and because it's No, we thought it could be useful, but I also hear you on the flow. I also don't think it's a critical statement to have per se in there. So I'm really looking at the board what they are thinking of this proposal from Greg. If they're fine with taking it out, I'm also I don't have any strong feelings either way.
So which sentence would then be
It's
taken?
the final one on page 1, because of its characteristics and
Yes,
LT.
oh, I'd be happy to get that removed.
Any objections? It's the final sentence of page 1, under the highlighted text.
Starting with
Because of its
Yeah.
characteristics.
Yeah.
I find it slightly strange. It sort of sticks out. Okay, I think you got permission to delete. Okay, I think we're set on these paragraphs. I think you've been responsive to the comments, so we look forward to seeing the full text later today. Okay, so I think we should turn to anything else? Okay. Sorry for sort of hitting the gong and turning this over. Angelo and team, I think the floor will be yours in any minute.
All right, good morning, everybody. We've got 2 technology sessions for you today. You've got me for this morning, and then you've got my esteemed colleagues to the left of me. You got Isabel and Sachiko. They're going to walk you through the monitoring update and updates to the catalog. So it has been a really, really busy quarter for the technology team, as you will have noticed from your materials. In addition to all the wonderful changes you've seen to your catalog, and we're going to talk about that this afternoon, we've also been really busy on the technology management front. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that this morning. Not planning to repeat too much of what's in your materials because obviously going to take them as read, but probably important to highlight a few things for you to kind of get this discussion going. So we assembled what we believe is a really strong, high caliber technology quality management expert group. We met with them twice this quarter. We have, as part of a monthly cadence of meetings with them, and we prepared a roadmap for you, which we're going to be discussing today. So just a little bit on the technology quality management expert group for your information. Obviously, there's I say obviously, it's not obvious, so let me tell you. If you go to our website on our workstream page, project page, you will see the composition of the expert group. It's a group of 16 individuals, thought leaders from across the profession. We've got 8 innovation leaders from the firms who have operational responsibility, some of them, most of them, for approving Gen AI tools used in engagements. And they also have a very relevant vantage point to leverage technologies like Gen AI while still obviously protecting their firms and very actively thinking about how to protect their firms through robust quality management. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. Rounding out the expert group are 8 leaders from the rest of the ecosystem. We've got leaders with very strong backgrounds on technology, in audit regulation, securities regulation. We've got service providers in there. We've got an academic that participated and contributed to the COSO Gen AI publication. So very happy about having that person on the group. And we have a financial statement preparer. So we think we've got a really wonderful group to help us progress the board's technology NAM, quality management NAM. Okay, before we begin, important to call out the people on this team that we've got here supporting the board's technology initiatives. We've got on the staff side, we've got Isabel, Fadi, and Ida. On the board side, we've got Ado and Nancy, who are obviously also complemented by all the perspectives we get from Svetlana and Jamie, their TAs. Sachiko is a senior advisor to this technology initiative. She's on loan to us from the GICPA, so we're infinitely appreciative to both the GICPA and Sachiko. And obviously, we've got Tom and Willie that have a very keen interest in this project, so they provide a lot of guidance and perspectives and direction. Okay, this slide. This slide's about the progression that we've experienced together. From the action plan that you approved at the last board meeting, right? And to the roadmap that you have now. And you will have seen this word roadmap in your action plan, albeit the roadmap that we had in the action plan was a quite summarized roadmap. You'll remember this matrix that you had in your action plan that you all approved in the last quarter. That was set out in matrix form. It had on one axis, it had accountabilities, network, firm, engagement level, and then the other axis was the stages of the life cycle. Well, we've preserved that model that you've approved, but we've given it a lot more texture. And the roadmap we're proposing to you is a much more concrete and actionable roadmap that's going to guide us through the development. And it's very consistent with what we heard in our first expert group meeting from the experts. We also met again with the expert group last week. So what that means essentially is that the paper that you will have seen in your package will have been seen by both you and the expert group at the same time. The timing wasn't perfect. Obviously, we would have wanted to go back to the expert group a second time before coming to you, but the timing was such that we needed to present it to both you and the expert group at the same time. So we are essentially soliciting feedback from both of you, and we'll bring back a refined roadmap to the next meeting, to your September meeting. Having said all that, a very key important message that we communicated to the expert group that I think is worth communicating here as well is that we can talk about the roadmap until the cows come home. Sorry to use that expression. It was the only one that popped in my head. There could be 5 guides, there could be 20 guides, there could be 100 guides. We'll ultimately converge and coalesce. We'll hear your views and we'll coalesce around the board's preference in terms of what the guide structure should be. But ultimately, there will be some topics that will persevere regardless of how you slice and dice it. And we think there's a keen interest from our stakeholders for us to get on with the business of drafting and providing that guidance. So what we've mentioned to the expert group is, yes, let's take a pause and let's really refine this and coalesce around a structure, but let's also get started. And there was that message very resonated with them, and I hope it resonates with you. We'll tease some of that out in the discussion. Okay, I'm going to go to the next slide here. I believe I'm on the right spot. Yeah. Here's a little bit about what we heard in the first meeting with the expert group. I'm going to tell you what we heard in the second meeting throughout the presentation. Let me tell you a little bit about what guided the development of this roadmap that you have. What the expert group told us is make the roadmap concrete and actionable. We'd like to see a full picture of where we're going before we should start tackling tackling it. We've done that. So for better or worse, you'll see in your package that there is a lot of content in your package, deliberately by design, a lot of detail in terms of what we hope to flesh out in each guide. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Another point that came out is let's focus on specifically, this project has been talking about emerging technologies writ large, the broader category of emerging tech. And you heard a little bit from Jean yesterday at the IAASB. People throw in blockchain in there, they throw quantum computing in there, and they throw a lot of different technologies. The expert group agreed, and we'll get your thoughts today, that really we need to focus on Gen AI. And why? It's because Gen AI is what the firms themselves are broadcasting in their press releases as the technology that's going to usher them into the next technology phase of their journeys. That's where all the big investments are. That's what holds the biggest promise for really transforming assurance engagements. So rather than refer to emerging tech more broadly, which still remains relevant to this, we are going to focus in on Gen AI specifically, including the agentic stuff that falls out of Gen AI. And that'll be the focus. At least that's what the expert group believes should be the focus. So we'll see if you've got different views on that. The other one is don't focus too narrowly on the resources component of ISQM1. So obviously we talk about technological resources. That's where technological tools, Gen AI tools falls. It's within the broader resources component of ISQM1. But obviously Gen AI, the use of Gen AI by a firm impacts all of their components of internal control, the broader system of quality management. And you can't talk about it in isolation. Governance and leadership needs to recognize that Gen AI is both powerful but needs to be managed. So it affects governance and leadership and so on and so forth. And we think we're going to be doing that as well, subject to your direction. Finally, the NAM needs to be very clear, this is what the expert group said, on what the role of humans needs to be in the picture. We all hear this term, human in the loop. One of the expert group participants, a regulator, said, what does that even mean? We need to be more specific. That's a quaint phrase that everybody uses, but what does it mean? And we need to be very clear on, does that mean that humans need to be at each key decision point, key decision node in a system? What does it mean? And do our standards presume humans to be in the picture? That's another question that came out. So all of this is going to get fleshed out in the NAM that will be developed by this board, unless you tell us otherwise. Okay, finally, just to wrap up the slide, got a lot of feedback from others as well. It's been, again, quite a busy quarter. Invigorating quarter, but busy. We met with the CAQ's Gen AI task force, really great meeting. They affirmed that everything we're focused on is the right thing to focus on, so that's good. We consulted with the IAASB's technology consultation group, one of two reference technology groups that we have. They gave us perspectives. And we also complement everything we hear with a lot of desktop research. Obviously, we read everything we can that gets produced that's of relevance. You've got the COSO Gen AI framework. The FRC produced an amazing publication. Incidentally, the authors of that publication, the main author, is on our expert group as well from the FRC. His name is Romana. IFTR produced a great paper, NIST, ISO, IEC, etc. Okay, it's really important for the board just to keep its eye always on what are we trying to accomplish, and we can talk about this as well. We've been signaling throughout in our papers that these are the three big public interest objectives that we're hoping to accomplish with the NAM. And let me walk you through them really quickly because I actually think it's really, really important. The consistent and effective application of the quality management standards remains a key objective, which we think we can help through the development of NAM. Obviously, the use of Gen AI tools is giving rise to new quality risks, and how to apply the existing principles to these characteristics that are unique of Gen AI, things like adaptivity, opacity, opaqueness. That's twice I said that. Non-determinism, probabilistic processing, autonomy. These are things that are kind of new in the technology landscape. So they give rise to different considerations in terms of how to apply the quality management principles, which are in our standards, but maybe require some fresh thinking in terms of how to apply them. The second is to reduce regulatory fragmentation. I've heard a lot of talk over the past couple of days about regulatory fragmentation. This project also has a reduced regulatory fragmentation perspective to it. And what that means is that a lot of the bigger firms develop these tools that they use globally. And having uneven regulation across the globe from regulators could in fact create uncertainty for them, regulatory risk, and there is a need, and we think this is the role that this board could play in bringing a global reference point to the equation. And third, last but not least, is the scalability angle. The guidance should bring clarity around what is acceptable quality management for smaller and medium-sized practices. Thereby giving them the license almost, the permission, the confidence to embrace these technologies that are at once very, very powerful and that could be very accretive to engagement quality, but they need to be managed. So this guidance could be very helpful for them. And I think Tom puts this as the democratization of the use of these tools. So that's our third objective. All right, you'll recognize this illustration. It was in your material, but we thought we'd just talk a little bit about it. It really is meant to illustrate the dynamic nature of all of this. You've got there's really the NAM that we intend to develop based on on the direction you provide us today is really based on two foundations. The first foundation is the bottom half of your chart. It's the life cycle. So each stage of the life cycle has unique quality risks. And we think that the life cycle stages as an organizing paradigm to your NAM will be both practical and organic. It's not forced. And that's actually the way the firms are thinking about it. When I say the firms are thinking about it, it's very organic. You look at a tool before you deploy it, you approve it, first stage of the life cycle, so to speak. Then you put it out into the wilderness, you put a wrapper around it in terms of methodology, training, access to specialists, enablement, infrastructure. And then what do? You use it in engagements. And then finally, you have to monitor this because it adapts. So that monitoring life cycle stage is going to be critically important to the equation. So that's the life cycle navigation backbone. And then the other foundation has to be our quality management standards. That's the value proposition of this board. It's really about what do we have in our quality management standards such that we're not creating a separate parallel AI governance framework, which is not what we're going to be doing. Our springboard is our quality management standards, and that's really the foundation. What you don't see on the chart is ISA 220 revised. Clearly, that's going to be another foundational element. Why? Because these are engagement tools used in engagements. So the quality management, the engagement level is going to be critically important. Okay, thank you for your indulgence on that setup. This is your first question for today. And do board members support using the technological tool Lifecycle connected with firm-level quality management under ISQM1 and engagement-level quality management under ISA 220 as the foundation for organizing the guide series? And with that, Tom, I'm going to pass it back to you.
Amaro.
Thanks, Tom. A few words to the staff first. I think it's an excellent paper. I really enjoy reading it. It really resonates with many questions that we are dealing at the board level in my organization when discussing with auditors. I think most points are very common in our discussion with them. Also, in outreaching in Brazil, in a recent international conference about 2 weeks ago, and Tom was there, technology was at the highest level of priorities for everyone, and in particular for smaller and medium-sized firms. So I think this is excellent way to go. We have a very impressive expert group. I was really pleased to see. Another point that I really like is that we do not intend to reinvent the wheel here. A lot of work has been done already, and the reference to the publications that you made in the paper, we chatted yesterday very briefly, and of course there are a number of other references, but I think the ones you capture and using at this stage of the project are very representative of the concerns and best practices around the world. I always look at the bank size and the financial institution size. I would also seek reference at the BIS and Financial Stability Board level as well. They have some. And in particular, Gen AI, I think it's a very appropriate starting point. This is in almost everyday discussion with our independent auditors. 5 years ago, we didn't talk about using of technological tools, and in particular, AI technology and Gen AI. But today, it's absolutely in every day. And one thing that I particularly like is the objective of reducing regulatory uncertainty. I think it's very helpful and relevant. And the discussion with the auditors through this, Center for Audit Quality, of course, is very relevant for us. And so I'm very supportive of the way you are framing the project. And one last point, I really like the graphic representation of figure 1. Apparently, in principle, it's confusing, but as you go through, it makes everything very simple to understand. Thank you.
James.
Yeah, and I know we'll be moving on to talk to aspects of what's in each guide and then the kind of the life cycle piece a bit later. So just as a kind of overall comment, I thought this was a great paper. I think it brings great clarity to what we're doing, the objective, And the link and the mapping back into ISQM1 and 220 is absolutely fundamental. So well done.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Angelo and team. I too thought that these papers were a joy to read. Couple of comments. I mean, the short answer to one is yes. I like the core content elements of each guide. They appear reasonable and appropriate. I agree with the new organization to align more with the life cycle. Still want to make sure we're prioritizing speed and short, which I think you are. Something I would like to deconfuse, if that's a word. I read at the very end of the paper, it sounded like we were going to progressively approve the guides, but that delay them and release them all at once. And I then had, and then I had other conversations that said that's absolutely not the case, but I'd like to hear more about how we're going to keep them evergreen as we keep going to, go back and make changes as necessary. And then my other comment, question, or something I'm hoping, not sure you can go deeper on, is I like reduced regulatory uncertainty, but I'm not sure what the safeguard's going to be that's actually going to happen, because jurisdictions are going to still have their own materials and inspectors and things like that. So overall, applaud what you're doing. Thank you.
Renan?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you to the team. I share the expressions of my colleagues of the board. And my only comment is about the paragraph 13B, the objective regarding to reduce the risk of regulatory fragmentation. I share the Wendy's comments about the concern of the wording. I'm not sure that we are able to say that we will reduce the risk. Maybe we are contributing to reducing, but not to reduce the regulatory fragmentation. I suggest to adjust the wording. Thank you.
I think we could say to help reduce the risk, like everything is an effort, but the sheer reality is that by our creating a common international set of guidance that exists, and we are including regulators in the process of their development. So in those two ways, our hope is we're the authoritative source on how to implement ISQM1 and ISO 220. So our putting out guidance should reduce that help reduce that risk. And they're being part of our process will help reduce that risk. And remember, the one thing I think we should remember too is our expert group is not the only group that exists to support this exercise. We have the TAN, what is it, the Technology Something Network, I can't remember, Advisory Network of National Standard Setters too, that is a really diverse body as well and is tapped into the regulatory world. So the point's well taken, like by ourselves, we're not able, all we can do is to help reduce risk. But I think that was implicit. Makika.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Thank you for the team of the developing all the document. And I fully support the proposal to develop guidance from the perspective of Gen AI and aligning with the overall framework of ISQM1 and 220. And I have one point to add regarding communication on technology. So while this is already identified in the catalog, I believe it may be an idea to consider if some further guidance is needed or not on communication related to Gen AI in line with ISQM1 and 220. Doing so would be important for ensuring firm transparency and reputation and enhancing the understanding of users and audited entities. So I know this may already be planned for discussion for your team, as is touched on the item, I think 25 and 26 already. But I want to raise this just to ensure it is considered. Thank you.
Yoshihiro?
Thank you, Chair. I have one comment. In developing the NAM, it is important to consider its implications for the application of ISQM1 and ISA 220. Even when firms use the NAM, ISQM1 and ISA 220 remain the alternative standards. Accordingly, discussion on the development of the NAM should carefully consider how it may affect the implementation and application of these standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Shaya?
Thank you, Tom. First, I'm fully supportive of this roadmap, and I was very impressed by the quality of the paper. Great job. And I would like to make one additional comment specifically on the scalability. The paper is talking about facilitates small and medium firms to develop guidance on AI and Gen AI. But I think this NAM will do more than that, because my understanding and experience is currently many of the SMPs, they don't even have a very good guidance in place for the traditional technology tools. So I think this NAM will actually help them to cover the gap, because the life cycle idea and the connection with the 8 elements of ISQM1 will, demonstrate a clear thinking process, and this will be more than, relevant to Gen AI for SMPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill?
Look, I think you've got some complimentary comments on the paper, and I think it's in the right, absolutely in the right direction. You did mention in your intro that people are pushing you to get drafting, and we had this chat earlier, and I think that's a very important message from this. We want to not spend too much more time refining this and get writing. You mentioned, and this comes from Xiaoyu's point as well, you're focusing on Gen AI, which we must do. It's front and foremost of everybody. But I'd suggest that a lot of the material across the life cycle would apply to other technological tools as well. So I just think we oughtn't ignore, as I say, that not every organisation out there is using Gen AI in this space. They're using quite much simpler tools for very sound reasons. So I don't know how you can manage that with it, but that would be my suggestion.
Okay. So, Ada?
And I think those are good points of Bill and Charrier. And I think we can do something in somewhere on the guidance pages to refer that the concepts applied here may also apply to use of other more conventional technology, etc., or may illustrate, etc. So, no, thank you.
I think if I remember that discussion amongst the expert group and others, the idea was to at least be very focused and targeted in our efforts, but recognize it could be more broadly. But if you try to boil the ocean, then we could provide things that are too generic. So the point is well taken. And Wendy, I think one of the things you suggested is clearly we're going to issue things when they're ready. There was some thought originally about holding it back, but to me, we need to get things out to the market more quickly. And one of the benefits of guidance, in my mind, is that we could update guidance as appropriate. So if guide 1 is out there and we're doing guide 5 and we feel like guide 1 needs to be updated based upon something we learned, then we'll update guide 1 and it'll be version 1.2 or whatever it is. Like, we could think about that, but that's one of the benefits. Like, the market's moving fast. I was actually yesterday on our website looking at all the technology scans that we put out in 2022, for example, on AI. And obviously, even the terminology and approach to that has evolved significantly. So yeah, we always have, we need a flexible approach to that. Bill, did you want to come back in?
I just wanted to support what you just said, the flexibility of the issue. And I would think we're going to come up a little bit later about which guides and which dates of release, but I'd suspect you'll be drafting all 5 at one time. They'll all be traveling in parallel, and your timeline might change accordingly. And again, back to what you said, Tom, remain flexible in that, and don't just focus on the one area.
Yeah, and I think as we go through this discussion today, I'm sort of begging for some indulgence to the team here, is that like what we are listing as content in the guides may evolve as we draft in the guide. So like, please, like, give your comments on what should be in the guide in general, but like, don't nitpick here. Like, we're going to find out, like, what we're trying to do is signal to the market what is likely to come and the direction we're likely to go. Because one of the things that people are saying is like, we get it in principle, but until we see enough specificity, like, we don't know what to make of how helpful you're going to be. And so like, this was the push, big push from me and from others, is like, give a sense to the market, give some clarity, and give some timelines. And I think what I'm hearing from this board is that real support for the construct, for the general approach, and this idea that we need to be slightly flexible. So I'm going to turn it back to Angelo, and you can respond to anything else that you heard, or we could continue to proceed. Note that you have real strong support and we have good alignment. Bill, you want to come back?
Can I just add one more point to what you just said, Tom? Is, for example, for engagement level use, most of that is human. It's not tech. Yeah, well, I would suggest you could probably that a lot of that might come out with earlier than proposed.
So this is, we've had, and Angela, I'm sure will raise this. This is an interesting discussion. People try to push us to this very quickly. There's some of us that would resist that, because I do think you can't do any of that with one until you actually have the tool in hand. And so I think there's a balanced approach for it. And maybe we do switch the nature of the guides, but the first thought is to be sequential, which is maybe the best way is to turn it over to Angelo about the thought process on the roadmap.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Yeah, why don't we continue? We're going to get into the discussions around sequencing and things like that in due course. Why don't we look at this slide for a sec, very briefly, because I don't want to repeat. We got 5-guide structure is what we're proposing. Guide 1 establishes the overarching framework. When somebody comes to these guides for the first time, they will not have been following all of the thought process that we have. And it's important for this guide to kind of lay it out. How did you get here? And I think that's going to help them with the rest of the guides. It provides the framework. And then guides 2 and 5 then apply that framework. And guide 2 is the pre-deployment design and approval. For any of you that have experience looking at models at banks, you'll know that there's the design of the model and then there's the validation of the model, 2 different functions to give the model some credence. The firms have similar kind of processes in place. The designers and the approvers, so to speak, are segregated, different. So you got that pre-deployment design and approval is that first guide 2. Guide 3, once you get the approval, then you have to set up the enablement function. What's the access to specialists look like? Obviously, not every firm's going to have a room of specialists, but they will need to have potentially some access to specialists. So what does that look like, that enablement function? Then you've got your engagement level use in Guide 4, and then Guide 5 wraps up the picture with post-deployment monitoring, which you'll note is not only engagement level monitoring, right? The firm sets up processes where they are monitoring themselves, these tools once they're deployed, but then the engagement level also plays a critical part here in terms of flagging incidents and model drift, and this thing isn't working as I thought it would kind of environment. So that's that 5-guide structure that we're proposing. I'm going to spend 1 minute telling you a little bit about what the expert group had to say. I had a chat with the esteemed PBMs in advance of this meeting, and what happened was we were thinking, do we tell you what the expert group said or not? Because we didn't want to taint what you had to say. But at the same time, it's not exactly fair for this board who has an enhanced kind of oversight capacity on this project to do it blindly. We should probably tell you what the expert group had to say a little bit, right? So after we threw, we did rock, paper, scissors, we figured out we're going to tell you a little bit what they said, and then we'll have you weigh in on this 5-guide proposed structure. We use voting technology at the expert group meeting. We wanted to get the collaboration up. 100% put their hand up and said, yes, your 5-guide structure looks to be a very coherent and practical way to organize the NAM. Fantastic. Then we heard, yes, it is coherent, absolutely, but maybe you can do this and this and this. And one of those this and this and this is maybe full guide 3 is start to teetering a little bit too closely to what a firm's methodology might look like, right? You start to think about how firms are putting together their methodologies, their access to specialists. And as you all know, this board knows, we are not in the business of writing methodology for firms. They do that on their own. Nevertheless, there's a few high-level principles that we can certainly tease out in Guide 3. But the big question was, do we need a Guide 3? Why don't we fold it into Guide 2? Now, we heard a similar message at the Canadian board. Willie and I gave a presentation to the Canadian Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, a great discussion with that board. And what they said is Guide 3 could be folded into the other guides. Now, this is an important data point for you, and hopefully it doesn't taint the discussion, but we thought you should know about it. And with that, Tom, I think this is a good time to kind of get the board weighing in on, do you support the 5-guide structure and the related content elements, recognizing, of course, to Tom's point, is that this is a living and breathing project, right? The content, we had a need to come to this board with a lot of specificity into the expert group. But this thing was going to evolve this is a canvas that's getting filled out as we go along. It's a little different from a standard setting project where we have a little bit more clarity in terms of where we want to go sometimes. But so this is going to evolve and one of the key messages that we're hearing at the expert group is be careful in terms of how you don't lock this down. We have to be given the latitude to be able to think about all of these things, and it might evolve. So with that in mind, Tom, I'm going to pass it back to
you. Thanks, Angelo. So I did send some comments when the original papers came through, and they're kind of quite resonant with that. So I think the clarity that we have with the 5-guide structure at the minute is really clear. And what's intended for each guide is, again, really clear. One thing that I do think, and then because there are interrelationships between all of those individual guides, the effectiveness of each speaks to the effectiveness of the others. So I think although they are 5 separate guides, I think we need to somewhere explain the interrelationships between them, and the importance that you can't just pick up one guide and think that you've my system of quality management is fine now because I've followed some of the guidance here. All of those interrelationships need to be done. And I think that's because if you think about the content, so in Guide 1, we've got use case risk assessment. In Guide 2, we've got approval conditions. Guide 3, methodology. Guide 4, human review. Again, from a SOQM perspective, they all have to be effective together at the same time. So I think I agree with your second point, not necessarily completely getting rid or folding in 3 into 2 at the minute, but I think we have to be alive to changes in the life cycle. So for example, and I mentioned this before, Guide 2 is tool development and certification. Guide 3 has methodology. But actually what we're starting to hear from practitioners in the UK is that methodology piece is much more integrated into the tool development piece. And so then certification comes after that. So I'm not saying we change it now, but be alive and prepared to move things from one guide to the other. And if need be, move, fold, say, 3 into 2. So I'm supportive of that being alive to changes and not being completely rigid about this.
This is an important sort of general accountability point, like just because we take a conclusion here and it's sort of like minuted, that all of this is subject to change, right? But it's changed based upon some type of process that we have or some bit of evidence that or advice we've get into the marketplace. Amara?
Thanks, Tom. Well, of course, a little bit influenced by the feedback, but I think it's important for us to hear from specialists. The only question I had before hearing you was, I was trying to align the guides into two concepts that are very important for us, again, when we are discussing with auditors, is the governance and risk assessment of using these. And my thought process was, well, I'm seeing these in Guide 2 and 3. And the reason why we are splitting the governance and risk assessment is just for the sake of clarity, or to make it more manageable when structuring and delivering this to outsiders. But this was real the point that was stuck in my mind.
Makika?
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of the 5 guide structure, I'm particularly pleased to see the both pre-implementation and post-implementation monitoring for GenAI, because your approach is really absolutely essential for effective governance in the organization using GenAI, not limited to audit firms. So I believe this current structure reflects that well. Yes, and then my point may be less about the structure and more about future maintenance. So I think the team already noticed and mindful of this, but this area is evolving rapidly every day. So maybe we need to take an agile approach rather than limiting ourselves to what we discussed today. So I believe it would be prudent to consider how we will monitor 5 guides even after it's completed to ensure they do not become obsolete. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista.
Thank you. Before all, I would like to thank the team for the high quality of the papers prepared and the clarity it gives on the direction we are taking. On the proposed 5 guide structure and related content elements, I'm not yet fully convinced that the overarching guide is the most effective way to structure the material. In practice, I'm wondering if readers tend to go directly to the subject matter guide that is most relevant to them, rather than starting with an introductory guide. So I would find it helpful to understand what alternative structures were considered. For example, one guide published by volume, or other possibilities integrating the overarching content into the individual guides, and why the 5 guide model was preferred. That context will make it easier for me to assess whether the overarching guide adds value for user, or whether I would say a more straightforward or more simpler structure may be more effective. Thank you.
Neil?
Thank you, Tom. Well done to the team. I mean, overall, 5 guides, 4 guides. Yeah, I'm comfortable on the number of guides. My sense is it's a massive scope. And so the conversation earlier was get started, get the information out, get it into the hands of everyone, get it timely. Obviously, the broader the scope, you start facing some challenges on that. And then the challenge is the breadth of the scope of the guides versus the depth that you can land on versus the timeline. So finding that balance is going to be interesting. James, your comment around, well, methodology should be in the technology developments. I mean, ideally, sure, but we find it's so different from one tool to the next. So a tool gets developed, maybe it gets developed externally. So then you bring it internal and you say, well, can we get this to work in the methodology? All right, so suddenly the methodology is not there. You're building it internally and the teams are aligned and your budgets are aligned, right? So the tech guys have got a big budget and the methodology teams are tinkering along. Can they go at the same speed? And so if you then get methodology and technology and you put it into the same place, it might work under one scenario, it might be a perfect scenario, but it might not always work. You might have a tool built for advisory solutions that you then realize, actually, this is great for auditing. So now you've got to repurpose it into a different type of piece. And so I just use that example as an extension to say, don't get boxed in. Guide 1, Guide 2, Guide 3, Guide 4. There's no order to this. It's happening. It's happening live. Whether you put out the one, the overarching, or you put out 5 as in monitoring, their tools already out there. If someone got a monitoring guide today, it would still be useful to them. So everyone's at different tools at different life cycles. So the order of the guides would still be functional and useful no matter where you are. Let me leave it there.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. The life cycle structure is generally more intuitive, but 5 guides sounds like a lot. I have a lot of sympathy for what Neil just said. And we shouldn't, I think, Tom, you said it earlier, we should be flexible and we shouldn't get bogged down in one before the other. If one is ready, just put it out. And we need to remain flexible and agile. So I think, there's a lot of the same things being said. And the sooner we get something out, I think the user group will be very excited, for what's next. And then obviously each time we put something out, we're going to caveat it to say that there'll be a refresh mechanism. And I think it'll work very well. But I'm content with the way that it's planned because you have to start with a structure to begin with. Thank you.
Robert?
Thanks to the team, I support the approach of the topics and the layers and the discussed life cycle structure. With respect to the guides, first of all, I think, I have to rely and will rely on the experts, number one. Number two, despite all the dynamics we discussed, despite all the flexibility, we have to show an agility. What we are going to do now with the guides, 3, 4, or 5 guides, we are going to lay out the foundation of our output within the next 18 months. And what I would like to avoid is, despite flexible attitude we have to have, is that within the next months we change the foundation. So we have to make sure that this is to some extent sustainable. So we have to carefully think whether it's 3, 4, or 5 guides, or taking Wendy's approach, just get started with the first chapter and then look ahead. But at the end, I have to rely on the expert and a good structure. And this was a good structure from my point of view, but it has to be to some extent sustainable because there is a perception in the market by the users that they want output from us, and now let's get going. Thank you.
James?
Yeah, I just wanted to come back and violently agree with Neil. The point I was trying to make actually was, let's not create an artificial life cycle that doesn't look like real life, and then prevent but I think that's consistent with what everybody's saying. Don't create a rigid structure and work within it. Be prepared to move.
Let me interpret what I think I've heard. So first of all, I think people in broad support for the 5 guides, however the pros. I think, Christelle, your point is taken, but we do have a logic for why we want an overarching guide, and I'll hand it over to Angela in a second on that. But no one objects from a fundamental standpoint of whether the overarching guide exists, but I think it makes sense because it'll help us go through the others. In terms of the 5 guides, like it could be 5, it could be 4, it could be 3. The reason we've done it this way, and I think we need to, is that the staff team needs to know what to target. It's when they start the work within those targets, things may adjust. And remember, this is going to be a dynamic process where we're using the benefit of our expert group and others. And so that's where the flexibility is. But I think we need, as Robert has pointed out, some accountability and some working mechanism to get to here. And then I point you to the back of our agenda paper where it connects the guides to a timeline. And that's really important. And we'll have to do it. But the point is about some flexibility throughout. And that's well taken. But again, I think it was really important to the marketplace right now, is effectively to put some meat on the bones and show people like what we're going to do and give the staff. Like one of the things is that at first it could seem quite a hopeless exercise figuring out what you're supposed to do. Like the topics are endless, and they've done a really good job of trying to narrow it to something manageable in my mind. And so congratulations to the team. And I think you get in broad support for that with obviously some caveats that you all know about. Angela, I'll ask you to respond. And then I saw Nancy, if you want to come back in afterwards, please feel free to.
Thank you, Tom. So I think in this particular question, I'd be curious to see if members have any issues or concerns with the bullets that are laid out within the guide. Ultimately, it doesn't matter, as Mr. Chair has pointed out, it could be 3, 4, 5 guides, but what we've laid out is kind of like a menu, right? So if members have any issues or concerns, it would be nice for the team to take note of it. If there isn't any concern at that level, then I think what Mr. Chair said works just fine. I mean, agility is the key thing. That's the takeaway. Like the way Neil has framed it, don't get boxed in, right? So it's a high-profile project. Lots of people will be looking to it, and we've got good expert support group. So let's see where we go. But if the menu is incomplete and it doesn't meet your expectation, then the team needs to know.
Bill?
Just another suggestion about reducing the amount of work this could turn into be. We aren't drafting guides on technology as a topic. We're drafting it with respect to principles and auditing standards that apply that we've done. So that pulls it back a bit from being, totally, it's not a greenfield sort of assessment, yeah.
Okay. I think, Nancy, to your point, the fact that other people have not commented on the bullets, I think people were in general support, but I think the team would probably be willing to take offline comments of things that should be added and adjusted. Am I reading the room right here? Yeah. Okay. Angela?
Yeah, Tom, I think I want to just emphasize something Tom said. First of all, fantastic comments. I'll pick up on a couple of them, including Christelle's. I think it's worthy of telling you what the logic was behind the 5 guides. Absolutely. The reason why we need a construct, whatever it is because we have a reporting to our board and to the public. Like if you were to ask me, one key thing, and James mentioned this is a dynamic and integrated guide series. It has to be, and it's going to have lots of tentacles between the guides. So to James' point, you're not going to have the ability to just pick up a guide in isolation because it lives and breathes within the overall integrated series. But the reason why we need to deconstruct it is so that we can report to you and come up with some construct around how we want to do that, albeit it is somewhat possibly artificial. So I get that. I completely get that. How we converge on the 5 guides, and this is important for you to know. We went to the CAQ and we said, here are the 3 topics that we're really focused on. And the CAQ's Gen AI task force, we said pre-deployment testing, engagement level use, post-deployment monitoring. And we said to the CAQ, are those the rough way that you would split it out? And they said, duh. So yeah, that's essentially why you have this guide structure. It is essentially that kind of like, and if we fold guide 3 into guide 2, we have that. Want to come back to one more thing on the risk assessment. I think this point was made by Amaro. When we say risk assessment, use case risk assessment, we have in our system of quality management construct in ISQM1, we have a risk assessment component. And that is why, because you're doing a risk assessment to identify quality risks to the effective achievement of your quality objectives. So your quality objective here is using technological tools. Obviously, using Gen AI tools there is quality risks that emerge from that. The reason why we need a risk assessment, and this will permeate all of the guides, is because we want to combat this idea that quality management is an on-off switch. It's either you go nuts on it or you do nothing at all. That's not true. That is not the way our ISQM1 works. ISQM1 says you calibrate your quality management based on your risk assessment. So your risk assessment looks at use cases. If you're using Gen AI to order coffee for you, you don't care. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But if you use it to support an audit opinion, you very much care what that tool is doing. So you calibrate your quality management response to what evidence it's giving you. And that's why the use case is there, use case risk assessment. We'll figure out exactly how to blend that into the guides, but the idea is that that's going to be a recurring content element across all of the guides because it impacts every stage of the life cycle. For example, if high use case risk assessment impacts how much quality management you need at the engagement level, how much post-deployment monitoring you need to do, and so on and so forth. Let's see, one more thing before I break. Mikiko's point is worth also addressing. This project, I don't think, and board, correct me if I'm straying too far on this, and chair, please. This is not a once and done on technology. We are going to see a transformation like no other. It's not. I keep on hearing these analogies to the calculator and to Excel. Interesting. I don't think that they're the same thing. They're not. This is going to transform. This is going to be it's going to be competing with us. These are neural networks, and it's going to transform the assurance landscape. So this is not a once and done for this project. We're going to get to June. We're going to publish our integrated series. And then the question that this board will be asking is, what's next, I believe. And then we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out at that point. And part of that is, to Mikiko's point, is possibly a need to look at the refreshing of this guide series if it's in need of a refresh. Okay, enough about that.
Angelo, I'm just conscious of time now. We want to finish just before the break. Why don't we take the last 2 parts of the paper together? We already dealt a little bit with that last part because it really sort of goes to sequencing and timelines.
We can do that, Tom, absolutely. Okay, so I'll spend 2 seconds on the recurrent content elements. I won't read them all. You've seen them in your paper. What is this? These are the elements, recurring content elements that are going to traverse all of the guides. They're not limited to a life cycle stage. They apply to all the life cycle stages. You got roles and responsibilities. Like, we have to speak to that across each stage of the life cycle. Who is ultimately responsible? Who do you think should have operational responsibility? By the way, I should mention, when I say should, and by no means is this board going to be creating de facto requirements in the guidance. This is guidance. It has to remain guidance. There's going to be a lot of mays, considers, and so on and so forth. But when I say should, we're talking theoretically here. So there's that. There's also professional skepticism. This is a concept that we have in assurance. It has to traverse every guide. And then finally, we've proposed 4 examples in your appendix that speak to progressively riskier type uses of these of Gen AI, something from very simple to something that's a lot more complex. And fleshing those out across the guide series is going to bring some cohesion and also show you how each guide applies in real life. So that's the idea that we're exploring with the expert group, at least. Okay, and just following on Tom's advice, we won't take this question now. We'll take them all together. So we'll come back to the recurring content elements. And let's get to the sequencing really quickly. Again, we've talked a lot about this, to Tom's point. Maybe I'll flesh out a couple things. We think Guide 2, Part 1, being the part about how you onboard a third-party tool, what are the considerations around that, is a good place to start. And we think that we can get a quick W, not so quick. It's going to be a lot of work because based on our conversations, this is not an easy area. And I'll tell you, I'll give you a little bit more texture there in a second. But we think that that's a foundational element that we could bring to the board first. And you will appreciate that in technology, we've had this rough heuristic that's been largely true, which is becoming less true. Smaller firms acquire, bigger firms develop. And we had this rough heuristic and everybody was comfortable, and that's just the way it works. The bigger firms are also having to acquire LLMs. They acquire them through service level agreements with the cloud providers, Azure, you name it. They're accessing ChatGPT and Anthropic and all of the tools within the cloud environment. So if you think about that, what are the third parties here? You've got the cloud, you've got the LLM. These are third-party tools. So how does the firm get comfortable that, in fact, the cloud, for example, the cloud provider is protecting their client data? All of the data is going into this cloud. Think about that. Think about what that could mean as a reputational risk, and the firms obviously think about it. So thinking about what a firm needs to consider as they enter into this agreement with the cloud provider or use an LLM that could potentially, if things get bad, they could use all of their client data to train their models, which would be awful. It could mean amazing reputational risk. Think about that. And I know you have. I say this rhetorically, so forgive me. Okay, so we bring Guide 2 Part 1 in September. That's the plan. We'll see how it goes. If we don't get an approval in September because maybe we need a little bit of time, Willie and I talked about we could use a mid-quarter call. We'll figure that out as we go. And then we've obviously thought about how to sequence the rest of the stuff. Then we bring in December, we bring the second part of the Guide 2, which might now in fact be Guide 2 and 3 together as a full package. We'll look to that. And then Guide 4, the engagement level stuff. To come back to something Tom said that's really important, I think. We're getting a lot of do Guide 4 first. Do it right away. This is the most important thing. This is what's going to make the greatest impact. In fact, some of our experts said this. Other experts said, wait. You can't do Guide 4 unless you have a view to what the firm's responsibility is in Guide 2. Right? There's a theoretically, I'm not sure how much this holds and we can talk about this. There's an inverse relationship between how much the firm does up front and how much the engagement level needs to do back end. Let's think about this. Think about this in terms of if you have a tool, let's say you have 100% certainty that it's going to give you great outputs and the firm's done this all up front. This is not Gen AI, by the way, but let's assume for this example. Then the engagement level residual responsibility, the engagement level is smaller. So there's an inverse relationship there. So you can't go to Guide 4 first. It's an integrated package. So there's a dynamic, and this is why we keep on using this word, a dynamic system of quality management here between the firm and the engagement level network and so on. And then you see that. So I'm not going to read the rest of it. I will say This is probably a good spot to tell you what the other insights that we got from the expert group really quickly. I'm going to just rhyme them off. It's our top 8 takeaways, which I sent to the leadership group. Well, to Tom, actually, I didn't send it to everybody. The PBMs were there, but they're going to be hearing this for the first time. The broad support for the roadmap, that's number 1. Guide 2, sensible starting point, great. Third-party tools especially, go there. 5-guard structure may need some refinement. Overall, coherent, great. That's number 3. Number 4, the buy versus build distinction that we've all been hearing about. You know, some buy, some build. The lines are getting somewhat less defined. So that distinction is really something. The firms, the big firms, they take a tool, they build on top of it, they build a RAG layer, which can interrogate their methodology, which is a specific database and this and that. The lines are getting somewhat blurred between what is a buy and a build. Is there a pure buy? Is there a pure build? It's turning out that it's a lot of the time it's mostly a hybrid situation. Okay, number 6, third-party assurance is critically important when you're taking on a third-party tool. When I talk about third-party assurance, it's this. When you, as a firm, you go to a third-party provider and they give you a tool. Obviously, they're not going to tell you with all the coding that's gone into that tool, because if they do, that tool is not theirs anymore. And all of a sudden, they've lost their IP. So what happens in practice is that there's a third-party assurance that's developed on this tool that's used by all the entities that use that tool. What is that? So the experts talking about is that to use some jurisdictional type language. Of course, you know, this is just for there's SOC 1s, AICPA has SOC 1, SOC 2, SOC 3s. Is it either of those? What is it? Is it something else? So and then there's the question about, if you don't have a third-party assurance, can you even onboard any of these tools? A critical question. These are all of the things that you can expect to hear about at your next meeting. Just putting it on your radars as something that we started talking about with the expert group. 7, terminology needs to be clear. What's a use case? Can you even define a use case for a Gen AI tool? A lot of times a Gen AI tool will allow you to do a lot of stuff, right? Is it fair to say that there is a specific use case? These are all the things that our expert group is actively thinking about. Number 8, I hate to communicate this, but I have to. The expert group thinks that the timeline is very ambitious. And I'm sure that I'm getting a little bit of a sense from you guys that you also think it's ambitious. I'm an optimistic person by nature. Let's aim high. We'll see where we land. We'll see where we get to. I think we have a year to develop this. I think we have to keep it in context. We're not boiling the ocean here. To Bill's point, we have to constantly check ourselves and see, are we at the right level here, that we're not blowing these guides up. Principle level, concept level, that's the idea. And then the last thing that they said, don't forget that this is a dynamic integrated package. That's the key point from the expert group. The sequencing is nice, we need it, we get it, but let's not get too hung up on it. And please communicate that to your board, that this is that we may have to shift is what the expert group. And when I said to them we can do that, they were breathing a little bit easier. But maybe you can tell me if I've overrepresented a little bit there. But Tom, I think this is a good point for us to take up all the questions together. One's on the recurring content elements. Are they good? Do you agree that there should be recurring content elements? And then we will go to these 2 questions here and take them all together. Is really about, does the board support the proposed sequencing that we have? And then the last question would be, any other matters? Yeah.
Christelle.
Thank you. I would have two additional insights on what you have presented. The first one, I would encourage the team to continue considering scalability for smaller firms, as you have stated during the introduction. The guide should be usable by firms with very different levels of resources and technological sophistication. And it would be helpful if the guidance explicitly highlight how concepts can be scaled in practice for smaller firms. The guides should also remain simple and avoid over-engineered guidance. In addition, I think it is important to draw attention to potential financial and technological dependency on particular tools or providers, especially as some firms shift towards more technology-intensive business models. This links directly to the notion of appropriate resources in ISQM1. The guides could, for example, prompt firms to consider whether their reliance on specific technologies and external providers could create vulnerabilities, including price increases or concentration risk, and how they ensure that their technology and sourcing choices remain financially sustainable while maintaining sufficient and appropriate resources to meet their quality objectives. Thank you.
Makika?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Yeah, so my comment is for question 4. So the table 5. So yeah, so it appears that the approval is expected at the very first board meeting where the draft is introduced. So I fully appreciate the need for agility in light of the pace of AI development, of course. However, I have serious reservation about the effectiveness of board approval just weeks after the draft is made available. And my concern particularly come from the composition of the expert group drafting the majority of the materials, I believe. It's guys 2 to 5. And this membership is very heavily concentrated in a limited number of jurisdictions, I believe. And I think 3/4 coming from English-speaking countries. But what I remember is that the roundtable conducted by the technology project last year where some jurisdiction-specific challenges were raised by participants. So I question whether the expert group can adequately capture these nuances to ensure scalability and proportionality. So against this backdrop, it may imply what I thought is each board member here should ensure proportionality and scalability from technology perspectives. If that's the case, given this tight timeline, board members simply will not have enough time to outreach to the necessary stakeholders. And I think it is also important to incorporate perspectives from experts in AI and AI governance who are outside of the audit community to ensure that the guidance is broadly acceptable. So ideally, those perspectives should have been secured at the expert group because I think we are not expert in technology. So that's why we supported creating an expert group. But since it's not the case, I think on the board approval, we should at least discuss the draft at the meeting and aim for approval at the next meeting at earliest to ensure the time for outreach. Or alternatively, if we really like to prioritize the speed and the board approval becomes just merely a formality, in that case, I wonder if we should instead reconsider our due process to manage stakeholders' expectation. Yeah, so I would like to confirm whether we prioritize speed relying much on expert group or prioritize the inclusion of robust perspectives on taking a little more time. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate your comments, Makiko. I like the framework. I like the direction. I've said that a few times. I think you have to have a plan and you need to have mechanisms built in when things are not going according to plan. One of the points I was going to make, which is similar but shorter than Makiko's, is that you said earlier you were debating whether or not to give the feedback from the expert group to the board, and I think we definitely need that. It will give us perspective and help us review each of the chapters. The only other question that I have in everything that we're talking about is, do you have a vision for how long each chapter is? You know, when you're bringing it to approval, do you have any sort of framework on, for lack of a better word, pages? Because we do get, you know, lots of materials to read. And, you know, will we be able to have the time to go beyond what, you know, you tell us the expert group says, to get the appropriate outreach and feedback that is necessary to be able to do the approvals? Thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So it's just from my perspective, I like the approach that the team is proposing, right? Start small. Not to say that we would not work on the other guides or elements of the other guides. So starting with Guide 2, Part 1 makes a lot of sense to me from two perspectives. One was what Angelo has explained, it's foundational, but it speaks to, I think, some of the concerns that were raised earlier about, because it will have some foundational elements that would be applicable for SMPs, even looking at the more traditional systems, like Xiaoyu expressed that, and I think over at this side, somebody else expressed that as well. So it will benefit that particular community as well. So that's one thing. The other thing is that if we can start with one, we have to actually go through the logistics to say, how do we actually go about doing the drafting? So for me, this is a pathfinder. So we're now forming, I forgot the term, but drafting pods, that's what I'll call it. So having a group of people, a subset of the expert group mingled with members of the team to come together and actually try drafting and see what it looks like. So that will inform how we draft the other guides or other portions of the guide. So it's ambitious, right? That's what Angelo said. But I'm cautiously optimistic because I see good synergy in that expert group. And then the other element is that Wendy, so PCAOB, we now have a member from PCAOB. So, you know, there's, you know, good in the direction of convergence as well. So all those things are very positive. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of work on the team, but I think the starting point is right. You know, in terms of engaging with the board, I think, you know, I hope the team will be quite flexible about this. We, Tom, we have a mid-session call or something like that. So if we need to, you know, use some of that to engage the board for some, you know, quick endorsement and stuff like that, I think we can all stay nimble and flexible in terms of how the board can provide that oversight. But overall, I like the fact that we're starting small. Not to say that we won't work on Guide 4. Guide 4 will start before we finish Guide 2, Part 1. So, you know, a lot of the efforts will be ongoing concurrently, right? So like the direction and, you know, see if the other board members are excited as I am with respect to this project.
Robert?
Well, could you go back to the chart with the timeline, please? Overall, my reflection is, yes, we should go for this timeline. I like ambitious projects, and this is very ambitious. And it's not just ambitious for the staff to provide the material. It'll be ambitious very much for us as a board. If you read the footnote very carefully, it says, we shall approve, this is the ambition, and with a time lag of approximately 1 month after approval, it'll be on our website. So having said this, we are raising lots of expectation now, and we have to fulfill. At least this is my ambition, that we fulfill this expectation from a board's perspective. So I'm with Nancy, and I hear what Mikiko says. We have to be very careful raising this expectation in the market, but we have to deliver to some extent. And so start out small and then have an incremental growing in the project. The expectation will be that in September, we will have something, whether it's Guide 1 or Guide 2, Part 1. Whatever you prepare as a draft for us, we have to digest it prior to the meeting in order to come to an approval. So this is an overall reflection from my side. Thank you.
Neil?
Tom and team, I mean, I like the aggression of the timeline. If you said to someone, I want to do something in AI and can I have a year to do it, that's you've got a week. So the year, you know, the year to some might seem like a long way out. So I think we do have to be really progressive, get going, get it on paper, see what it looks like, get it built. Just another point that I would highlight is the expert group and the extent that you may draw on them. What I tend to find is that these groups are becoming more and more overwhelmed with their own responsibilities. And so they might become a bit of a bottleneck in terms of their contributions, their review, their inputs. And so what might look like good access early on, either the enthusiasm or the capacity could be compressed as this goes on for a 12-month period. So I'd put that on your radar. So we engage with people, they're great, they've got the enthusiasm, but actually as the work progresses, their ability to contribute comes down. Then you made one point earlier around assurance and the extent of assurance that you'll put into Guide 2. I just want to put it on the table early on. Assurance of AI is a topic which is not well defined. People incorporate certificates, verification, genuine assurance. This is one board that I'd really like that when we use the word assurance, we know what we mean and that it's achievable, etc. So that would be a key area that we've got to get right.
Shayib?
Yeah. First, I have a question because the paper talking about board's input and the board's approval. I'm wondering, what's the involvement we will expect or we plan to have from groups like SAG, JSS, and particularly SMPAG in this process for their input and the concurrence on the guide. And second is, I also share the concern on the very tight and the ambitious timetable, because I think most of us as board members are not technology experts. So when we read those drafts, we will need maybe probably more time for outreach and consultation in our respective territory or domains. So that makes it even more complex than a normal standard setting process. So yeah, thank you.
So just some of my reactions to some of the things that we've heard. We may be raising expectations on our timetable, but those expectations already exist. That goes to Neil's point. I don't think there's an option to meet our public interest objectives here to wait. And that goes like, yeah, we may shift, but this is our best estimate about what can be possible based upon what we know today. And I commend the team for trying to put this in place and trying to get things out at a time. From a work perspective at this board, you will have noticed that nothing happens in isolation. Some of our big projects will be out for consultation. And this will be the primary focus of the board in September and December as things are out. And we will take a lot of time. And in fact, we will have total visibility on this because if this comes to the board, all the papers are public. And so just like the SMPAG comments today on our papers and the JSS will have access to it, et cetera. And we'll think about what's the right way to input that, and also the sort of our coalition of willing JSS through the TAN, in other words, Technology Advisory Network. Wow. Okay, I'm getting good at acronyms right now. The thing about the expert group is fundamentally we asked global organizations with global outreach and input within their own network, whether that's the accounting firms or IFER or IAASB or national standard setters or technology providers, all who are playing at the global level. SMPAG is another one who has a representative on the group. What we asked for is provide your lead expert, because we need expertise here. That's not to say that, in my mind, we're opposed to adding one or two people more, but obviously at some point, too big of a group makes a group unworkable. So, we can't control where the expertise exists in the global network. And we have multiple sources, but yes, we're open to add in one or two more experts to it. But I think this goes to Neil's other point, and this maybe go to the working approach, is that not every one of the member of the expert group may be as involved on each guide. We almost may have to pull, like, people will raise their hands on different things, and we may need to be flexible in the approach. So it's almost like a pooled resource, maybe, is the way I envision it. But it's really important to have alignment up front. And then I'm going to ask Billy in a second, like, we have a number of tools that we could do to get board approval, including mid-board meetings, et cetera, and clearance and all that, or we can delegate authorities. But I really don't want to go too far off this timetable. Like, there's a real risk in adding more process to this, that we effectively create a second full standard setting process that we wish to avoid. Billy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And I think, in the spirit of flexibility and being agile, I thought, let me just highlight a few of the options we have. So, as we said, we're going to try and stick to this as far as possible. And in the end, even though the expert group also talked about this is very ambitious, they were also all in. They said, well, let's give it a go. Angela will talk a little bit about the approach we're going to follow. But, as we get to a board meeting, there are different options available to us. We can decide, okay, at this board meeting, because of the comments that came up, we're just not ready to ask the vote to clear it. We're going to have a board call after each. Well, there's a board call scheduled in each quarter, so we can always use the board call. We can even bring stuff back to the next meeting. To Tom's point, the agenda has opened up a little bit, so we will have more time at the board meeting. So we can, even while we're bringing, so for example, let's say Guide 2 Part 2 should go back to the March meeting, we can still also bring Guide 5 to the March meeting, because we'll probably have more time in that board meeting. And then another option that we can use, and that we have used in the past, is, yes, we find there's a few kinks to be sorted out, but okay, so is the board happy? Let's approve subject to offline clearance. And so there are a few mechanisms we can use to try and accommodate anything that comes up.
Thank you, Billy. Okay, really good comments here. And certainly if you have suggestions on additional members, please share them with Angelo and me. And Angelo, you want to give a 3-minute summary of a couple of things?
3 minutes tops. I try to keep the board out of how the sausage is made, but a little bit about that is probably going to be helpful to you. So we've got, wonderful comments. And Neil, you're right. Like, they wouldn't be part of our group if they weren't the most busy people in the world. This Gen AI these are the resources that the firms are consulting. How do you protect our brand? So they are critically busy. So here's the way we're doing it. Nancy brought up the Pathfinder. we're going to start with Guide 2 Part 1. We've already selected the people from the expert group that are going to be part of a smaller group. We're meeting next week with them. And the model that we're going to be following is they need to give us the nuggets of information. Staff will do the drafting. You know, originally we wanted them to do the drafting, but it's just not going to be practicable. It just isn't. Again, they're the busiest people in the world right now. So we don't have direct line of sight into practice, right? We're standard setters. Some of you have direct line. Staff doesn't. So we need them to provide the information. How are they doing it? What are they doing? What are the challenges? So they provide the nuggets of information, the insights. We will smooth it out. We'll turn it into our speak, and then we'll bring it. So the idea with the Pathfinder that Nancy's referring to is we originally wanted to set all of the 4 drafting tracks, one for each guide. Guide 1, forget about Guide 1, that's the overarching, but the other guides, we wanted to set them all in parallel. And then as we started to think about this, that's a little bit too complicated. We want to show the model that we're using. So we start with Guide 2 Part 1, we show them all how it works, meet with a smaller group once, then we meet with the bigger group, and then we start to draft this out. And once they see how the model is, then to everybody's point, we can't wait. We can't sequence this where we wait for Guide 5 in next year. We have to get started on all of them. So they're all going to get started, and we're going to have dedicated people allocated to each. And then that's the way we're going to develop it. And Willie talked a little bit about how we might do that as well. So Tom, I think that's a little bit about how the sausage is planned to be made at this point.
And under 3 minutes too. It was really well done. Bill?
Wendy did ask a very simplistic question, and it's embarrassing, but how long do you think a guide will be? Pages, words, whatever? Just so people get a feel here about what's coming.
The $1 million question. We get that question all the time, including from the expert group. Like I'll give you the answer that you all hate hearing because you're a type A personality like me. We don't know. Now, I will say we're going to err on the side of brevity, conciseness. That's the key, right? We're not here to develop Encyclopedia Britannica. We just can't. Nobody's going to read it. Also, the thing about the speed is that and this is one thing that I didn't mention that I should, the board will recognize that if it doesn't control the messaging around how its own standards apply, which is what we're doing here, somebody else is going to fill that void. This is a fast-moving space, and if the board doesn't get in front of it, somebody else will, and then you're going to be a net taker of that messaging. So I think you want to be in front of this, and that means that obviously there will be some sacrifice, but that's the ambition. It's 1 year. And sorry, the answer is it depends. Err on the side of brevity. That's what I can say. I don't know, and each guide is going to be different complexity, different, but as short as possible is the answer.
So there is a draft that we shared of Guide 1, right? And we know that draft happened to be 13 pages, to give you a sense. One of the things I would really think that we should do and see if we could invest in is to have sort of an editor, independent look, so we're not using technical speak too much and using plain speak. So if you have any suggestions on that as a board of how we navigated that, as you know, at the IASB, we used to have an editor-in-chief, and that made a huge difference in simplifying language in the process. We should be avoiding long sentences in this, so it's easily translatable.
Just for the sake of the board, my expectation is that we're relying very heavily on the expert group. We're not writing a lot of quantity, and that we as a board ought not delay that process because we don't have that expertise, other than we have the expertise in principles and auditing standards, and we understand the technology. I'm just trying to put that into a bit of a perspective as well.
Okay, yeah, point taken. But I think we as a board have to be sufficiently comfortable with that the guidance is built off the ISQ, we're the experts in ISQM1 and ISO 220, and we need to be highly connected to the principles, and we have to make sure that the guidance fairly reflects those principles and is clearly stated that people could find it usable. And I think that that's in our capacity as a board to do. Anything else, Angelo, on this topic? Okay, I think we merited a break. But we're not extending the break, even though we went 6 minutes over. We will reconvene at noon. We do need to finish, just to tell the team, 15 minutes earlier than scheduled time. I have an event I need to speak at immediately at 1:30. So I need to be able to transition to a place to take the call. So I think we could do it. It's also a note to the board to be efficient in your comments. So thank you. I think we're off to a really good start on this. And now the really hard work is left to be done. Okay, can we take our seats, please? So we're going to part 2 of our technology discussions today and the technology catalog, and I'm going to hand it over to Isabel and Satrika.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, so this session is about the monitoring update and the technology catalog. So we have proposed version 3 of the catalog. You would have seen it in your agenda papers. So really the intent of today is to provide you with an update of what we've been monitoring for the past 6 months or so. And it's really to fulfill the commitment that we've made to you through the technology position that we will be updating and providing some information on what's happening, what are the emerging issues on a semi-annual basis. So the first objective of the session is really to provide you with that update. There's a second objective that is also to get your views on what we propose for version 3 of the catalog. So we have amended the catalog we enhanced it, the structure, we changed some of the description to be more accurate with the information that we have learned through the process, and also to add new matters. I really want to highlight that we are planning to finalize the catalog in an offline process. So today we really want to have clear direction from you guys. If we need to update, if we need to make further update, further refinement, it would be really appreciate if we can get that direction today so we can turn it around shortly after the board session. And then the third objective is really to have a stand back, just to use IAASB wording, so I stand back and see if we need to recalibrate some of the aspect of the technology position. So with that, Sachiko and I will walk you through some of the monitoring activities that we have been conducting. We're going to talk about the restructuring of the catalog, the new matters that have been added, coordination with other projects, and then the way forward. So Sachiko, I think it's now your turn.
Thank you, Isabel, and hello, everyone. I'd like to explain the monitoring activities we have undertaken since our last discussion in September last year to set the scene for our proposed update to the catalog, which Isabel will explain later. So since this September, the team has continued the monitoring activities to identify technology-related matters to inform update to the catalog. First, Technology Advisory Network, TAN in abbreviation. TAN currently comprises representatives from 6 IAASB JSS liaison group members for tracking, and TAG has continued to serve as our principal structured mechanism for tracking technology-related matters. Each quarter, we have asked TAN members to submit information about their top 5 technology-related matters, and also their submission was discussed at the quarterly TAN meetings. Appendix 2 of Agenda 8 summarizes the principal themes arising from the submissions received from TAN members and explain how these themes are reflected in the proposed updated catalog. And at the high level, TAN submission point to 5 main patterns. That is, number 1, AI and advanced technologies used by practitioners. Number 2, themes relate to increasing use of AI and other advanced technology by entities. And number 3, theme relating to the use of AI and other emerging technologies by service organizations. And number 4, possible new evolving forms of assurance engagement, such as AI assurance. And number 5, cybersecurity and data security. And second, broader JSS and SAC. In addition to TAN, we asked all IAASB JSS liaison group members to provide information on significant development or issues relating to technologies and relevant JSS activities or developments. And the collated submission was considered at the annual IAASB JSS meeting in April. And regarding SAC, at the SAC meeting in April, SAC members received an update on how IAASB and IAASB are responding to emerging and increasingly complex technologies. SAC members emphasized the importance of prioritizing technology-related initiatives. And SAC members also identified cybersecurity as an area that warrant continued monitoring. And third, desktop research. We have also conducted a lot of desktop research to complement other monitoring activities. And fourth, coordination. The team has ongoing discussion with relevant IAASB project teams. While coordination with relevant IAASB project team has taken place previously, but it has become increasingly important as the proposed update catalog enhances the transparency of the interaction between the catalog and relevant IAASB project and work streams, as we will explain later. And in addition, we also conducted outreach with various stakeholders, and a full list is provided in the appendix to agenda item 1, and the feedback and information obtained through these activities were also taken into account in considering updates to the catalog. So at this stage, I would like to pose for question 1A and ask the board for its view on whether the monitoring activities we had provide appropriate basis for identifying and assessing the matters to be reflected in update catalog, which we will be discussed later. So hand over to you, Tom.
Okay. If you're in support and you say yes, you don't necessarily need to raise your TED card, but if you have a suggestion about gaps that we need to fill or something that you want to raise, then please raise your card. Okay, I think people believe that we're doing the right process to get to the catalog.
Perfect. Okay, so now we are going to look at the technology catalog. So you will have received the catalog in your agenda paper, and all the main changes have been explained in the issues paper and the significant change table. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but I do want to point out a few just to provide some context. So first, you will have seen that the catalog have a different structure from version 2 to version 3. So that's one of the changes, and it was partly triggered by a significant change that was made when we approved the approach to the technology catalog in March, which is that to broaden the scope of the catalog to other assurance standards. So before it was really focused on ISAs and QM standard. Now we're looking at all the assurance standard, which is actually recognizing that some of the technology or what's emerging from technology may actually affect the other assurance work. So we wanted to provide some greater visibility on that. And the rest of the changes regarding the structure is, you will see it's mostly in the first section. So we have a new introduction section that closely aligned with what was included in the approach, including the purpose and role of the catalog. So we had a little bit more context to that. We also added a snapshot just for ease of navigation and really quickly identify where are the new matters and if the matters are actively being worked on. And then there's 3 separate tables that will, so we can categorize the matters if they are not allocated, if they are being worked on and addressed through other IAASB initiatives. And then the third table for all the resolved and closed matters. So really, if we look a little bit more closely to each of the tables, so the first table is any matters that we identify through our monitoring that cause the board, that needs to be brought to the board's attention. It's really an inventory of everything that we have heard and includes ISA, QMs, and also all other assurance standards. We wanted to list all of those matters in one table to provide a clearer strategic view for the board so that it can assess if there's any potential implication for the IAASB. In that table, you'll see that we have a column called preliminary direction on action. And I just want to note that this column is really not a commitment to the board to say, like, that's what we're going to do. It's just what we think at the point in time when we enter the matter into the table, what should be, we should address that matter. In the version, in version 3, we have noted that a lot of the matters are either continued monitoring or information gathering. But in the future, it may happen that one matter, we know that it should be addressed through standard setting. So we could include standard setting in there if that's really how we think the matter should be addressed. Having said that, it doesn't mean that because it's standard setting or non-iterative material that it will be automatically a high level priority. The prioritization is really to provide a view of, let's say, if we have an additional 5 resources available for technology, where should people focus on? So the high priority will get those resources. So even if the preliminary direction on action is standard setting, if we don't think that that's where the board should go next, it could have a low priority. I would also say that the prioritization could evolve over time. It may be low at one point in time, but because of the changes in the market and other new technology, one matter could change, like be elevated to a higher priority. The second table was redesigned as also, so we removed some of the priority column and then replace it for other information. So second table highlights the matters that are being worked on, that are being addressed. So we thought it would be more useful to provide some quick description on how those matters are addressed. It's also responsive to the comments we got from a number of stakeholders to say that the previous version shows a lot of technology matter, but it was hard to know what the board was actually doing regarding technology matter, and also that everything seems to be high priority. So by separating those into a different table, we can easily see what is being addressed, how much work we're doing as a board, and also we remove the prioritization column because now that we're working on those matters, we can implicitly say that they're high priority. This is where we decided to spend our resources and time. And then table 3 will be where we will list all the matters once we concluded that they are resolved or closed. You will see that there is none at the moment because all the matters that are being currently worked on are still in active projects. So we'll have to, we keep them there until the project has been approved and certified and published. And then at that time, we can move them in the closed section if we deem that the matter has been resolved fully. I want to also highlight the process, like, because there might be some matters that, yes, they were partly addressed by a project, but maybe there's some residual. So we'll have to think of, we have thought about, there's no problem if we need to move part of a matter into table 1 or keep it table 2, because it's like there's a part that it's still being addressed. So we have that flexibility. So that's for the structure. So with that, we can look at the first question, which will focus on the proposed structure revision and also the table 1, except for the new matters, because we have a specific questions for the new matters that we're proposing. So we're focusing on existing matters that are included in table 1.
Any comment? Nancy?
Maybe just a small one. So quite supportive of the structure, new and improved. I like it. Makes a clear distinction as to what we still have to make up our minds on vis-a-vis the ones that are currently active, and then keeping an archive. So fully supportive of the structure. So in terms of the element, I just quickly looked at the description for some of the new elements, and just a small suggestion on 5D.
We're not, I don't think we're quite to new elements yet.
Are you not into that?
Not yet. We'll
Sorry.
get to that.
All right. I'll hold back.
Okay. Wendy?
Just quick response. The snapshot was really helpful. I like separating it by tables. Just a small question. So I am looking forward also to table 3, having some more things on it. But is it possible that something, when we think about agility and how often we're looking at this, and monitoring and feedback, which might come through the strategy and work plan, is there a mechanism that something might just move off? And if it moves, we might decide based on, the speed of travel that something doesn't need to be in table 2, for example. Is there a mechanism that it may, I guess it could go to table 3, but not as described because table 3 is resolved? Thank you.
The way I see table 3, and then Angela, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's matters that are resolved or closed. So to me, the closed part would be that the board has made a decision that this matter won't be addressed, or there's no need for addressing.
So from a tracking perspective, it'll always, we'll be able to see the progression. Always. There's nothing that's just going to disappear.
No, we want to have a track. Yeah.
James?
Can I check that 5B is in scope of what we're talking about now, which is a change to something that was already there? Okay, so I have a slight sensitivity, and I think it was highlighted by the conversation we just had about changing the prioritization up of something from low to medium or from medium to high, because that could give the impression that we've got more capacity to deal with it than we do, given the discussions we've had about the commitment we've already got, excuse me, on the guides. And specifically, I wasn't clear about upgrading audited entities' use of technology. And I think it's just, for me, there was a bit of the way it's framed in the description talks about entities may use, there may be a risk, there may be something. And I didn't really then see how that works into a higher priority. And then on 5C, there really is a bit, for me, a bit of a glaring mismatch between the title, which is opportunities, and what we're actually describing, which is impact on audit evidence and the quality of audit evidence. So I wasn't, and then this is the one that's not tethered to a specific standard setting project. It looked like 500, for example. If that's the way we're framing it, would we not tie that to 500? So just my 2 comments on those.
Akika?
Thank you, Tom. And yes, thank you so much for the new organization, table 1 to 3. No, it's table 3 at this moment, because if not, I get lost. What is this is allocated or this is not allocated? So thank you so much. And my comment is on section 5C. Concerning opportunity in entity-led technology that James raised. So the current draft and this new draft significantly increases the reference to this opportunity. But for me, it was not very clear about what exactly means with an opportunity. So because technology adoption incurs a substantial cost for both entity and auditors, which are ultimately funded by shareholders of entities through entities. So therefore, this balance between cost and benefit requires already social consensus. So I think when we say risk, we all understand risk to the public interest, but from the entity's perspective, this word opportunity could be maybe misinterpreted as a business opportunity for audit firms rather than the benefit for wider ecosystem. So therefore, I believe we need to be very careful with this terminology to avoid any perceived lack of neutrality. So yes, and then lastly, related this, I would welcome some clarification on the rationale behind elevating the priority of this opportunity 1 from low to medium. Thank you.
James, were you meaning to come back in? You've been so good this meeting too. I've noted, I noticed though, it's still improvement. It's great. It's great job in terms of yeah. Isabel, you want to respond?
No, I think we got 2 comments on the description of 5C. So I think we're going to take a look and as a team and refine that. And then for the priorities as well, so we can discuss.
Yeah, this one, I completely agree with Isabel. We're going to take this back. But this question on the opportunities, we do get a lot of comments on this particular item. So I thought it might make sense to kind of explain a little bit our thinking here and maybe get some further direction from the board on how we want to handle this. Our standards are predicated on identify, assess risks, address the risks. But obviously your technology position, the board's technology position recognizes that technology can be a force for good and bad. And in some cases, technology can really enhance the quality of financial reporting, also reduce the, it possibly even help you in terms of leveraging, being able to capitalize on the use of that technology by the entity and incorporate that in your audit processes. So what we're trying to do here is we're not trying to recast the standards at all, but we are saying that the projects, as they go along, including audit evidence, risk response, are obviously looking to how do we incorporate explanations around the opportunities of an entity's use of technology, and so they are doing that. Every project will continue to do that. It's part of the technology position. We don't think this requires really a really high level of attention, prioritization. It's just we have it here just to absolutely keep it clear to all of our stakeholders that this is something that the board is actively thinking about as part of all of its projects. But I'm wondering whether you think that there's a more active project that comes out of this. Personally, we don't think so, but if that is the steer of the board, we'll certainly want to hear about it.
Well, Angelo, I guess the question is, how does it manifest itself? Are we talking about, for example, non-authoritative guidance that would come out with new standards that are touching on this area, say 500? So like, obviously we're going through the 500, 330 process where a lot of this is feeding into our discussions as well. I think probably people just want to maybe need more specificity of how these opportunities are manifesting themselves in practice. So maybe we should get some clearance here. I thought there was one other question I think James raised regarding the prioritization of 5B, which I think the board needs to be clear on. If we don't have a really active project and we don't have a pathway for a relatively immediate active project, in what circumstances is it a high priority item? I think that's the gist of what you were saying, and therefore should it be effectively a medium or until we change it, or we're going to raise expectations? Am I characterizing?
Sorry to jump in, and this is an important point. I'm not sure that the capacity question should be the front. It should lead that's almost putting the cart in front of the horse. I think the question should be independently, unencumbered by our resources. How important is it for the board to address it? And then that might, in fact, mobilize a redirection of resources. But Tom, I just wanted to just park that for you and see if you agree.
Well, that is true, but I think the question is there something implicit in the way we've prioritized that we viewed this issue and consciously do it, or we've yet as a board to make a determination of whether we really believe this is all it is a supposition, a hypothesis by you right now that's high. Does the board believe it's actually a high priority issue independently from the resource constraint?
Yeah, and I think, well, I'm just thinking now, would it help if we also have a footnote to prioritization and just explain what we mean by prioritization? Because I tend to, I agree with Angelo. The intention was not to say, well, this is the next thing we jump on. This is just to say there's, I lost count, there's 29 technology-related matters. Which are the ones that we really need to keep our eyes on compared to the other ones we'll monitor, but those should not really be front of mind. That is more what the idea is around the prioritization, is how prevalent is the issue, how urgent may the issue be, and you will see that the preliminary direction what do we call it, the preliminary direction on action is further information gathering. Because remember, this technology position and catalog process continues in the background. And we were conscious of, well, we'll continue doing that. And then obviously technology quality management work stream is our priority at the moment. But maybe it will help if we explain a little bit what the prioritization means.
James, then Edo, and then
Yeah, I think implicit in prioritization is that maybe you'd like to do all of these things, but we can't do them all. I would say that the framing of the issue, if you read the text, it says entities may be using, this may be an issue. So I've got no problem then with more information gathering, but I think high, and then a reference to a standard that we're not currently planning to update, creates a potential expectation that we need to manage.
Yeah, and I agree with that, James. So that's on one of the themes that you also raised. This is the 5B theme, where we talk about the service organizations that use emerging technologies, and our 402 standard is interlinked with 3402. And I know we reference to it, but that can really only be done together, in my view. So when in the fourth column, we only mention 402, I think we need to mention 3402 there as well. And if we are going to address it, it needs to be combined, because this needs to fit hand in glove. Otherwise, there's no point. Thank you.
Neil?
And just on the actual topic itself, I feel like this might be, in our last meeting, we were speaking about assurance, other assurance services as part of our outreach. I'd imagine this would be a topic that may come up in that outreach process. And so before we've actually run the course of having our assurance outreach around other topics that could be of interest, you might want to just hold off on the actual rating itself. But it is something that in my current preparation, unrelated to this, was brought to my attention, like, wow, we're seeing more service organizations. So it wouldn't surprise me that it gets more interests, but I'd probably hold off rating it as high as this until we've had some of that active assurance outreach that we had planned.
Nancy?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So, so this point did come across my mind earlier when we were looking at how to reframe this particular table or the set of tables in the catalog. So right now, table 1 captures, we haven't made up our mind, right? We need more information. And it also includes, we kind of know that we're going to do something about it, but we haven't allocated resources to it. So earlier on, I was thinking whether one option might be just keep table 1 to, we haven't made up our mind. So we're either going to be doing kind of the softer continuous monitoring or actively further information gathering, and put something like that high priority, we've decided to combine approach into table 2, but indicating that we haven't allocated it to a project, but we know we're going to do something about it. And then if we move it to table 2, you don't have to think about prioritization. It's a matter of saying when it fits our capacity to put it into the work plan. So that might be one option to think about.
Another thing that just struck me, so on table 1, given that we don't need to be explicit, and whether it's, I don't think we need to be explicit in high, medium, low. I think it's the trend that is more important. So is this trending higher, stable, or trending lower? Maybe a better way of capturing it in table 1. And I don't want to put more complexity on it, but it could be just an arrow up, arrow down, or stable, or something that could work as well, just as a thought.
Look, I think the point is that this one's under active consideration about what the trend, like we could say medium and under active consideration or something like that here. I don't want to come up with a new construct at this table, or we may not get this catalog out. I think the team needs guidance, but I think what you're suggesting is to signal that we're thinking about this is likely to move and that it's under active consideration. So you could even just say medium and under active consideration in parentheses next to it. It solves that in some qualifying language. And I think we're okay. Is the board okay with that solution? Okay. Then so the way I read it is that people are generally supportive of the new structure. I guarantee you we'll have a new structure somewhere down the road. But what you're seeing is that we're clearing items through this process, and this is the natural order of things.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the new matters that we added. So there were 5 new matters, and they were identified through all of our monitoring activities that Sachiko just explained, so I'm not going to go through that again. 2 of the matters were related to the audits, so really the audited standards. The first one is crypto, crypto assets, so all the digital assets and coins and all that. This matter was, yes, identified. It was raised to us by the TAN, JSS, but I want to really highlight the fact that IDA did a lot of work, a lot of research, lots of information gathering, reading a lot of guidance. So a big thank you to IDA on that, because that really informed how we describe the matter in the catalog. The matter is important because it creates the company having crypto asset creates practical challenges in applying the standards. So what we heard is there's no big issues with the actual requirements in the standard, but it's applying it to that high-tech, rapidly evolving technology creates issue when it comes to obtaining that audit evidence. It's important to note that there are a lot of guidance out there. So the question maybe to the board is, what is the IAASB role? Because there is a lot of guidance. Is it to internationalize that work? Is it to further understand the problem, like pinpoint a different problem or identify a specific problem to solve? So that's the reason why we put further information gathering so we have more time or more information to make that decision of what is the role and how we're going to address that matter. The second matter that is proposed under the IAASB is the impact or cybersecurity or the threats to cybersecurity. So that was brought up by many SAC members, TAN members, and it's increasingly being mentioned by stakeholders. So cyber incidents can influence or can create new risk of material misstatement, including third-party fraud. It could affect internal controls. It could impact the reliability of audit evidence. So all of that creates some technology-related matters when applying the IAASB. Again, we are proposing that the preliminary direction on action is further information gathering, just so we can clarify what exactly are the specific issues before we determine what action we need to think about. And then we have 3 matters that are for the other restaurants engagement. So again, just a reminder that we did broaden the scope of the catalog, and that gives rise to including matters that are for new forms of assurance that are out there or that are being talked about in the market. So there's 2 new matters, so AI assurance and cybersecurity assurance, that we keep hearing through our monitoring. Those are big discussions. It also overlaps with the other restaurants work that Claire and Kazuko are leading for the IAASB. So obviously we had a lot of coordination. The catalog is meant to inform their project, just like it informed the project proposal for audit evidence and risk response or the 500 series. So it's kind of similar that way. So we are in communication with that team. And again, so those to the AI assurance and then cybersecurity assurance gave rise to a question about, is ISAE 3000 fit for purpose, or do we need something more subject matter specific? And that we've noted 2 now, but we know that it will evolve and there might be new topic related to technology that needs specific assurance on that. So it might create like a lot of new matters. this question will need to be discussed by Claire and Kazuko's team. So for today, on the catalog, we thought it was just important to highlight those two because those are the two elements that are being talked about, that we've been hearing from stakeholders. So we need to keep track of them. And then, like I said, the project will define how they're going to address that. And then the third element, which is in the middle here, is the sustainability assurance. So just being aware that the technology that reporting entity are using may create some challenges in applying ISSA 5000. Although we don't have a lot of information on that because implementation is starting, there's not a lot of evidence right now, but it will become we will have more information as the implementation continue to grow for ISSA 5000. So just before I turn to the question, just want to highlight that we did not add a matter for the skill training and future of the profession, which was a matter that was brought up by the TAN members. So obviously emerging tech has a lot of impact in those area, but we believe that it is outside of the IAASB remit. It's not directly linked to the consistent application of the standards, any of the standards. That's why it was not brought to the catalog, but it was mentioned to us during our outreach, so wanted to point it out. So with that, we have the question on those new matters.
Christelle.
Thank you. I'm comfortable with both the proposed additions and the prioritization. I would have two insights on that. The first one, I see matter 5 small d on crypto asset as more of a low priority item. According to me, the underlying issue appears to be more an accounting matter than an auditing one. And I think that given the principle-based nature of the standards, they should remain applicable even as technology evolves. On the other side, I think that cyber security will warrant further information gathering given its significance and evolving nature. Thank you.
James.
No, I agree with that. And just back to Villy's point, it might be helpful just to really understand, to highlight what it means to be in a medium place. So I think the kind of blue sky horizon putting risks in is really good. I've heard feedback about cybersecurity and crypto assets. I'm really grateful for the language here and explaining it's not actually a standards issue. I think that's really quite important. My only reflection on the crypto assets one is that quite often the things that practitioners come to me with questions about things like existence and ownership are things some of the firms also provide assurance services, say that they can provide assurance around. So I think that kind of backs up the idea that we don't need to rush to do anything here, but I support them being included.
Neil?
I mean, if I focused in on the other assurance matters, so the three that you added, so AI assurance and crypto, I see those going together. So those topics I think are going to go at the same sort of speed. Happy with the prioritization. Overall, when I look at sustainability, I'd hate to see that it's got a low prioritization, but I think it's fair. The level of technology development, either in the preparation or in the assurance, is in the slipstream of the financial preparation or the audit engagement. So that's why I think it's in the right sort of place. We'll keep an eye on how the preparers and how the auditors progress, and the sustainability, my sense is getting in the slipstream most of the time.
We understand your personal priority is high for it.
Agreed.
Yes. Akika.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Yes, I have 4 comments on these newly added items. So the first one is about the scope of sustainability assurance added in 10B. So in the updated paper, technology issues related to sustainability assurance are isolated from those of financial statement, it seems. However, both financial statement audit and sustainability assurance over disclosures or reporting. So therefore, I think many of their technology challenges is overlapped. Yeah, so I find it's difficult to read from the current draft whether items 1 through 9 are intended to encompass sustainability assurance and leaving only sustainability specific issues, which is not in the financial statement audit, is in 10B, or whether items from 1 to 9 are strictly limited to financial statement audit. But I think at least fundamental concepts like ISQM1 or professional skepticism are certainly not unique to financial statement audit. So I'd like to clarify on this point. And second one is the current positioning of sustainability assurance. This question for me, because it now placed between AI and cybersecurity assurance in the same category of item 10. However, sustainability assurance, it's much like financial statement auditing, as I said. So this is assurance over entities reported information. But in contrast, AI and cybersecurity assurance focus more on the entity state or systems. So these are fundamentally different in nature. So maybe we may reconsider this. Yes, and the third one is about the prioritization, but I really like the discussion we had in the previous section. Yeah, so yeah, what I feel it's really questionable is sustainability assurance is lower than the new assurance, emerging assurance on AI and cybersecurity, because now the statutory reporting and assurance is rapidly advancing in globally, of course, not all the jurisdictions, and the adoption of ISO 5000 is gaining significant momentum and will become effective in December this year. So the status is very different. So yeah, maybe, yeah, I think what I thought in this priority was already, but intuitively, maybe this is low. And also, as Isabel said, assurance over AI, oh, sorry, a lot of third-party provider is now have a kind of AI enabled system, and the entity start to use those things to create reporting. So this is, I think this is really coming issue, and this priority should be very high, considering it is now statutory assurance. And lastly, my last comment is regarding cybersecurity added in 5E and 10C. And certainly this is very important. I don't have any objection on that, and I appreciate this addition. But these two newly added challenges focus more on the audited entity. However, what I hear from stakeholders is the cybersecurity resilience is not only entities, but also audit firm is also their critical interest. And this is not, I don't suggest that the firms are currently unprepared. However, as cyber threat evolve, if an audit firm is affected, it could compromise the audit of all client entities, and this will present a far more severe public interest issue than the affection of a single corporation. So I think stakeholders are keenly interested in whether the current existing ISQM1 framework is sufficient to mitigate this systemic risk of cybersecurity. Thank you.
Nancy.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So 2 points. First off, we just had conversation about prioritization. I think for me, the ground shifts so quickly, right? The landscape evolves, and this prioritization is going to be different as situation evolves. So I think the question maybe for the team is how often can we actually deal with this and get an update to the prioritization? It may be like, we talk about medium, maybe it should be low. Maybe, in 2 weeks it becomes high, right? So how do we deal with that in terms of the update? This is really a snapshot. So I think it's important to clarify to people that this is a snapshot at a point in time, but then maybe the team can explain a little bit about how we would be able to update this and how frequent we could update this, or are we tied to a semi-annual update? So that's the more general point on the point that we've been discussing. The final point, a more specific point, and I just want to mention that on 5D, talking about crypto assets, the middle paragraph, the very last sentence, it says, in some cases, substantive procedures alone may not be sufficient. I think maybe the issue is practicality. It may not be practical, and maybe spell out the two primary procedures of substantive procedures. So in other words, I would say something like, in some cases, tests of details and SAP may not be practical because we're talking about crypto assets. So thanks.
Wendy? I was.
Thank you, Tom. I agree with the new matters added. I have just a comment on the new matter added in the point 5E. I think that the wording used could be a little confusing because when we go to the table 1, we are referring to the cybersecurity threats affecting the clients of the audit firm and not entities. I think the term entities brought to be here. I think that we need to replace entities with, I don't know, entities subject to audit or other similar, to be clear that we are not talking about the owned cybersecurity risk of firms. Thank you.
Ada?
Thank you, Tom. So in respect of the new matters, I think on the crypto assets area, I'm aligned with James and Christelle on it. I doubt it's medium. Where I've a bigger problem with is the inclusion in as 10B as sustainability assurance. Because it targets sustainability assurance. We just have a standards out, and I think, and we all appreciate that also in the area of sustainability assurance, more technology will be used. But at the same point, in other assurance engagements, when 3000 is applied, that is exactly the same issue. So more technology will be used by preparers when other assurance services, 3000, 5000 will be applied. And I don't think we can separate between sustainability assurance just because there are now a lot more engagements around it. Yes, it will surface it, but the issue underlying it is exactly the same. And to a large part, we're addressing it through what we do on the financial statements audits. And Mikiko, you made this point as well, is there is a broad correlation where I think that capturing it under sustainability assurance doesn't do it justice. Thank you.
You know, to that point, and to some extent, Neil's point about the slipstream and Makiko's point is that these don't fit from a sequencing standpoint. The question is would we be better off almost removing it and sort of saying that even pretty much all of the matters related to audit have a potential impact on all assurance matters. Like, I don't know whether there's a difference between what cyber and AI assurance is relative to sustainability assurance. And that sort of goes to Neil's point and to Makiko's point. And I don't know how we best signal that we're attuned to what you're trying to do is say, we're attuned that these may have an impact on sustainability assurance. And what Ada is saying, not only just sustainability assurance, is other broad forms of assurance. And we need to think through like best how to construct that. Neil?
I think I'd support what Ada is saying to say, well, actually, maybe move the sustainability assurance up to the top. We take the sustainability out of it. We've now got a heading that says other assurance engagements. So for other assurance engagements, technology is going to be used as part of the preparation of the information. Technology is going to be used as part of the performance of the engagement. These are definitely matters that need to be understood and considered. They're evolving, perhaps sometimes at a slower pace than what we're seeing in the other spaces, but it's on the radar. We've got to keep an eye on it. I would keep AI and cyber as separate subject matters. Hopefully some of that subject matter is fixed through controls. I think both of them will go under that heading. And if we are feeling like 3,000 isn't the standard or is not fit for purpose, I think we need to close that down quite quickly, because this is a space that actually, we need to keep an eye on it, but I don't think that's the automatic place that I'd go to.
One possibility is just create two separate headings here, a topic 10 and a topic 11. One was broader assurance and referred to the fact that many of the issues above, where you refer to 5,000 and ISA 3,000, may touch on this. And so it's not, we keep a placeholder, which is I think what you're trying to do here, but broaden that placeholder and separate it from AI assurance and cyber assurance and effectively create another theme here. Would that be responsive, Vikika?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I agree with the idea that we incorporate not only sustainability assurance, but as Edo said, the other assurance into the current 1 to 9. Yes, but what I'm wondering is because the nature of the information is very different, especially in sustainability. I don't know if there is any specific issue which are not included in from 1 to 9. So what I recommend is we keep the box, but we explicitly say that this maybe 10, box 10 currently is something that is not traded in between 1 to 9. So that is, and then maybe going forward, that might be merged into the main boxes going forward if we know more. But currently we are not sure. So yeah, so that is my idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Yoshihiro, I saw you had your 10 card up and then you took it down.
Thank you. My comment on sustainability assurance. Sustainability assurance practices are still in an early stage of development. In particular, challenges such as obtaining value chain information from third parties will require the use of technology to support data collection, preparation, and processing. In this context, I suggest that the priority given to addressing technology-related issues in sustainability assurance should be considered comparable to that of audit engagement. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Robert?
Yes, thanks. Generally, I'm fine, also with the addition which you presented. One or two comments with respect to cybersecurity assurance. With recent cybersecurity attacks taking place once in a while, there is, I think, a big demand by entities having some kind of assurance, or by those charged with governance, like supervisory board, addressing this to the board, to the CEO. Please tell me, are your systems safe, yeah, from cybersecurity attacks? Number one. Number two, the entities, they have to do some kind of a risk assessment for their risk management system, whether it's acting properly or effectively. And thus, indirectly, we get also some assurance needs for these cybersecurity issues. Yeah? There is some common practice in my jurisdiction. They already use standards provided by the IDW. You might want to think about this or get some information from them. Thank you.
Wendy?
I had put my card up when you made the suggestion that perhaps we should remove 10B. I think that's the sustainability one. But then listening to the continuing discussion, I would be okay as long as we pulled it out and put it in a separately described category.
Yeah, I think that's the idea is that it would be separately described, take into account some of the issues Makiko raised as just maybe specific to sustainability, but it would be broader to relate to 3,000 and 5,000. There seems to be just one substantive issue in addition to some tweaks to language that have been suggested here. There's been effectively suggested by 3 of the board members to reduce the rating on cyber, I mean, not on cyber, on crypto to low. Just the team will need some guidance in related to that. Are people generally supportive in reducing it to low?
On that, Tom, if you don't mind, really quick. And, you know, the whole crypto thing, I was involved in this at CPA Canada's crypto asset working group. And Canada got out of the gate right away with guidance. AICPA created a ton of guidance, wonderful guidance. And so the question to me is it's quite clear, I think, to everybody that's following the space, is that the standards remain resilient to this. And the principles are there, and existence, ownership. It's just, how do you do that? And these questions are largely addressed by existing jurisdictional guidance, right? This is what we're trying to flesh out in this point. The question becomes, it's really a single question for this board, is whether there is a need to internationalize this guidance. That's really the big question. And what I'm hearing from this board is that from your vantage point, you're not seeing a great need to internationalize it. And we are absolutely fine to drop the priority. But I just want to make sure that the question to this board is clear, that is the question. Is there a need, is there a high need to internationalize what is very good jurisdictional guidance that already exists?
Yeah.
So, so to the extent I'm not sure what you mean with internationalize. Don't want to get into a debate on this as well. But if there is guidance available for practitioners to use and who are using it in methodologies and in various territories, we need to think about what role we have to play, because if there's no challenge in practice, because some guidance here and there is being used and acknowledged also by regulators that is an appropriate way to go, we do not have to give it an IAASB banner. I think we have plenty on our plate not to try and do this. And at some point, as we work through our technology project, given the priority it is for our board going forward, we may bring resources together as it goes to particular topics, but that's no different for the guide series that we're developing around AI, which will no doubt will extend to the other standards as well, where we could provide a little bit more umbrella guidance. So I wouldn't lose it off the table, but hence my suggestion of low, capture it as we go along. Thank you.
Are people content with that? Okay. And generally, you got, obviously, on sustainability insurance and other, we agreed it's a little bit of a change, but I think you're getting broad support with some suggestions. Okay.
Thank you. And then just maybe one point on the sustainability, like it was meant to be as a placeholder, and I really agree with just moving it a little bit. But the goal is when we do the further information gathering, it might be split out in in many matters, which will be more specific and will identify those that are a little bit more related to what we've seen in the financial statement. So to your point, Mikiko, like it might become more. Just for now, it's a placeholder, so we don't lose track of it. Okay, and then we had a question on if the board agreed to not include the skill training and future of profession. but in a matter of time, maybe we can do it quickly or,
My objection.
yeah.
Do people agree with this? Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to move to table 2, which shows the progress that some of the matter were made by the AERR team in the 500 series. And then obviously we did also coordination with the other assurance engagement, but I've talked about that earlier. But really the main point is we did connect with those teams to make sure that the description that we included in the catalog was an accurate summary of what was proposed. It will continue to evolve as the projects evolve, but so really the question now is, are the board supporting, or are they okay with what we're proposing in table 2, including the enhancement to the description and the how the projects are being progressed?
Anxious to get in. Yes, Bill.
This might not directly related to that, but the work that was done on the audit evidence and risk response standards and on the 500 series that's happening now, can you just help me with the experience you had there, how much your involvement was and how much there was the team that did the drafting and how substantial or unsubstantial the changes really turned out to be, and we remained on principles and that apply to both whatever. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so the catalog was a clear input when the project proposal was made. I know the AERR team and the 500 series team refers to the catalog frequently to make sure that they have captured those technology-related matter. In terms of how the project has advanced, well, you were at the board meeting, so I think they made some progress. There was some decision made. And then in terms of updating the catalog for this round, version 3, we did sat down with both teams, and we went through all the issues and say like, okay, so this was the technology related matter. How was it addressed? And we looked at if there was some residual or if there was complete. Our conclusion was the matters were fully addressed through the work of the respective teams, but
and really quickly, just to layer on, we also do provide substantial input into that project. So they approach us, and they also approach the TCG group, whom we support. So through that, we have a structured mechanism for providing input into that project, and that's been really useful.
One other thing is, obviously, when we get to the finalization of 500 revised and 330 revised, there is this general question of whether we'll have an implementation guide where issues of technology may be spelled out even more. And then I would think there would be even more active engagement between the teams. Okay. Any other comments on question 2? Anyone? People think this is a sensible approach? Lots of nods around the table. Okay. Shall we go to the way forward?
Thank you. So I'd like to talk about the next way forward very briefly. After the board meeting, we will revise proposed catalog to reflect today's discussions, and then will be finalized through offline clearance process. And subject to that offline clearance process, we plan to post update catalog in July this year. And we will continue our monitoring activities. And as part of those activities, we will also review our technology-related feedback received through the joint IAASB-SWP survey, which closed in May. And the next discussion with the board on monitoring activities and update to the catalog is planned for December this year, unless there is some urgent needs emerged. So the last question is about, is there any observation you have? And also a board member also invited to provide observation on whether the monitoring activity suggests any need to revisit aspect of the technology position, including the statement outlined in the position. So over to you, Tom.
Okay, any comments on question 3? Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, so that's what's crossing my mind. Right now, if I recall correctly, our position is to encourage and facilitate the use of technology, something like that. Maybe I haven't got it precisely right. So where my head is at is that, just put it out for us to think about whether we needed to update that. And in my mind, I think technology's here. We're using it. So it's really more along the line of maybe embracing it and supporting it. Like it's gone farther than just encourage and facilitate. I think, that's what I want to just sort of put out there for us to consider.
Any reactions to that? My concern about doing it, this is just my concern, is that changes in words that we make are often overinterpreted. And there'd be asking a reason. I think our attitude is it is almost, when you encourage something, you're sort of embracing it, and the facilitation of it which is through standard setting or non-authoritative materials, is the way we facilitate that action. So I just worry about the unintended consequences of reopening the statement right now, unless we think the statement is fundamentally obsolete. Just because I see it all the time. People read our words more closely than we write them. And I'm like, oh, that's not really what I meant to say when I said that, but it's a sign for us to be careful. So I don't know if that resonates with you at all.
So that makes a lot of sense if we don't want to change the words there, but the action that we're taking seems to be going beyond what the position seems to be. I think, what is the cycle? Like, I think we have that 1, 2, and 3, and the third one was monitoring and updating. But maybe something to consider moving forward. But I do appreciate the point about raising expectation. But we are doing a lot of NAMs and stuff like that. I mean, there may be other things that we'd be doing. So it's just something to think about.
Tom, I just wanted to make sure the board understands on the way forward slide, it said offline clearance. What we meant by that is if the board is satisfied with that, the way that we did it last time is the team took the comments away. We updated the catalog, and then the team cleared it with me and Tom, and then we published. So if the board is happy with that, then that's the same process we will follow.
Is everyone happy with that? Okay. Anything else, Vikiko?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, thank you. And I have 2 final comments. And the first one is I don't have any concern because already the team already mentioned, but as we discussed yesterday, the most important and the most interested topic from the stakeholder in the SWP was a technology. So I highly encourage the team to analyze the survey result, including our qualitative comments, and incorporate into the catalog. That is really appreciated. And the second one is, I think during the last board meeting, there was a discussion about other assurance, and we agreed to conduct information gathering on XBRL assurance. So so now my question is, should XBRL be integrated into technology catalog or not? Of course, XBRL is not a very new technology. It has been around for many years. But it is certainly not a very simple tool like calculator or spreadsheets. So, and in practice, I think when providing assurance on XBRL, practitioners should need to collaborate with a technical expert on that, on XBRL. So given this complexity, as we move forward with the XBRL information gathering, maybe we need to clarify whether it belongs in the catalog, or if not, it might be good to have a clear rationale for that decision that we exclude XBRL from the catalog. Thank you.
You know, the XBRL topic comes up a lot. It comes in waves. Sometimes it's really popular, sometimes it isn't. Yeah, we've had a discussion internally, and maybe it's good to get a steer from the board at this point, because I think Mikiko raises an important point. To me, XBRL tagging and assurance over tagging is not really, strictly speaking, a technology issue. I may be wrong. People can correct me if I'm wrong. I view that the issue around assurance over XBRL tagging is something that comes up a lot. Now, we can certainly put it on the catalog if that's the board's preference, but getting a steer on that, that's the reason why we've done and through discussions with Willie as well, to not put it on the catalog. But if you guys want it on the catalog, we can certainly put it there. And maybe you can tell me that the way I framed it is a little oversimplistic, but you're interested in the board's views.
Yeah, and I think what I would suggest is we have that information gathering and research project that is underway, and that includes obtaining information about XBRL. So I think the cycle suggests that we will come back to the board with the catalog again in 6 months' time. So I think we will then also know more about it. So I think if everybody is happy that we just see first what comes out of that research. I do agree with Angela. We did think about it as not really a technology topic per se, but we can always revisit it when we come back.
Okay. Any other comments for the team? I think we're now done with the technology catalog. So thank you. We'll clear it. We'll reflect all the comments. A few announcements to make before we close today's session. Reminder that the plenary tomorrow begins at 10 a.m. You will have already received the ISTA for LCE draft. You'll get the AERR drafts at some point in the near future. Those teams will be holding office hours, so to speak. One is in the audit evidence team will be in room 2, and the ISFL CE team will be in room 6. As I said, they should be available. The full draft should be available shortly. The bus is going to depart promptly at 2:30, so please be in the lobby by 2:20. There's takeaway lunches. Philly, where do you know where they'll be?
Yep, they will be immediately outside the room, so it's really just pick up and go.
Yeah. And then, so that's important. I think you should bring comfortable attire for this afternoon. It's getting warm as well. So note that. And I think that's really all to say, unless anyone wants to raise any other issues. Well done to the technology team, and we'll reconvene tomorrow, and enjoy your afternoon.